We're on.
Oh.
All right.
Yeah.
Bring me the gerbil!
Man, this show sucks.
I wouldn't give $1 for this show.
Oh no, Johnny Beane's gonna profit mightily today.
Oh, there's gonna be a lot of money flowing.
Mm-hmm.
When those lights change color, boy.
Son of a bitch.
Change the lights. Change the lights. Hey.
I always thought it was interesting that Jeff Healey's biggest song was "Can You See the Light?" He couldn't.
Well, that's because he didn't give Johnny $5.
Good point.
Hey, everybody. This is Johnny Beane and John Mancuda and Neanderthal. This is Talking Guitars and 80s Metal live.
We'll
It's
do it live!
March 30th.
Actually, we
2021.
taped this show like 4 weeks ago.
We taped it before the pandemic, so
Yeah,
none
this
of
is
us
actually
are
a
wearing
rerun.
masks. None of us are wearing masks right now.
Yes.
This is a rerun, so click the dollar sign and see if that actually does anything.
Look how close we are together. I'm giving Johnny his prostate exam.
Oh my gosh.
And
8:15 p.m. Eastern,
And I'm jealous.
5:15 Pacific.
Good to see
Thank
Black
you.
Salami in the chat.
Already.
Yeah. Good to
First
see you.
fantastic comment of the night.
Nice.
Awesome.
Already two thumbs downs. We're
Oh, good.
2 minutes and 10 seconds into the show. Fantastic.
One
Mhm.
from Black Salami and one from my mother.
So wait, so you can see those on. Actually, YouTube has a feature coming out where they're going to cover up the thumbs down numbers, so nobody will actually know how many there are.
What's the fucking point?
Really?
It's to give creators a positive uplifting.
What positive? HIV positive?
The
what
ones that are
positive is
tired
that?
of
Oh,
the
come
ones
on.
that are tired of seeing all the thumbs downs on their videos.
That's great.
I don't know what you're talking about. There's no chance.
Yeah, it's like the kids' participation award in school.
Nah.
Let me
I
see.
always give a thumbs up. My prostate.
If I didn't give a thumbs up, I'd have nowhere to sit.
Yeah.
All right, go ahead, Johnny. Plug your channel. Plug the top level channel
let's-
members.
Hey, executive producers tonight are Charles Green,
Back off that microphone, Deep Throat.
Wayno, Joe Christian, Michael B, Thomas Santiago. I've never changed the levels. Like for years, I have my faders down here, but the
Yeah.
gain I've like never adjusted.
Well, whatever it is, your mic technique is awful. You get up on the mic, and I get it. I understand getting up on the mic to create some unnatural resonance to an otherwise thin voice. But for whatever reason, that diaphragm is not loving you anymore.
Oh man.
That's what she said?
Where are we? Thomas Santiago, Michael B, Music Therapy Lads, Susan Silvestri, Bent Tom, the Chad, James Gum, Jarhead Rock, Frank Corcoran, Michael Smith,
Michael, the Captain Smith.
the Captain, Stephen Franklin.
I think we should
Dan
demote-
Halen,
We should demote Michael Smith to lieutenant.
Lieutenant Michael
Yes.
Smith.
Yeah, see, I think that's it. I think
Lieutenant
it's a nice-
Smith.
Lieutenant Smith. Dr. Smith. William.
Oh dear, young William, bring your
Oh,
little
William.
buns over here with the robot.
Yes.
John Moronic, Jim Ray Hawkins, Voodoo Child, SJ, Mike Neese, and Steve Carmichael.
Steve
Steve
Carmichael.
Carmichael.
That's the top level of channel membership here on YouTube. If you'd like to become a channel member, click the join button below. It's right below the thumbs up button. We're currently at 32. See if we can get to 100 by the time we're done.
How do we have 4 thumbs down already?
Because
hell?
you mentioned it.
Oh, I'm sorry if I don't.
Oh.
yeah.
Once you mention, Nesdal used to do that all the time and get really mad. Every time you mention it, people do it just to play with you.
I don't care. It's not my channel.
Why would they do that? What? Maybe I'll pull out my Schwanson to play with me. What is hell? What's that about?
What are you doing with the thumbs down?
Annie, did you put a thumbs up? Oh,
Number 6. Thank you. The thing is, it really doesn't do anything. It just looks like the video sucks from the outside.
Well, we can't fight that one. I mean, you know.
But you can't see us, when it's a podcast. So make sure you listen over on iHeartRadio, SoundCloud, Spotify, Stitcher, Radio.com, Google Podcasts, Apple.
I wish they would at least give us a chance to prove that we suck before they start criticizing. It's like filling out the Yelp review of a restaurant when just the bread basket came. They're like, oh, look at this. The bread baskets. Forget it. Oh, I don't want the rest of the meal.
Tangential question. So a friend of mine that I used to share tickets, Raiders tickets with in Oakland, he's a prison guard in Ione. All right. Ione is a prison up in Northern California where Tex Watson, not Randy Watson, Tex Watson from the Manson family is held. And my buddy oversees Tex Watson and plays cards with him all day. True story.
So hold on a second. How did you used to get those tickets to him? Did you used to send it in with a visitor, like wrapped in a condom up someone's, rectum? Or
yeah,
okay,
that's how you do it.
Okay.
So this is a question. I think everybody in the chat will have to. This is a transitive logic question. So we get together one morning to go to the Raiders game. And, for those that don't know, when you go to a Raiders game and you sit in a black hole, some people go down on like Friday, Saturday night and spend nights sitting there in front of the stadium and camp out. Other people show up early in the morning. Yeah. We were some of the people that showed up early in the morning.
The tailgating is insane.
Yes. So we would get up at like 4 a.m, load up the truck and start down toward Oakland from when I lived in Sacramento. Here's where this comes into. We were sitting in, I think it was a Chili's. Is there a Chili's in Jack London Square?
There might have been.
Okay.
Maybe.
So
yeah.
My buddy, whose name shall remain nameless until we get a ruling on this. My buddy had a very, let's just say, extracurricular evening with a girl the night before, during which some oral favors were exchanged. Yes. Now, she never brushed her teeth because she was at a visiting stadium. She didn't have a toothbrush, so she woke up the next morning and basically drank alcohol or whatever it was. But she never brushed her teeth after taking my friend's load. Now,
Johnny's like, oh my gosh.
Where did you think this was going?
Yeah.
So
I can't believe he's not the one telling that story.
So wait, no, it doesn't involve me. It doesn't involve me. I need him to give a ruling on this. So we get to Chili's in Jack London Square. Oh no, it's not Chili's. Who's the one that gives you the unlimited breadsticks? Olive Garden.
Olive Garden, yes.
Right. So we're there, and they bring us the thing of breadsticks.
Wait, it was a spaghetti place. Spaghetti factory. It was spaghetti
Olive
factory.
Garden.
Oh, the spaghetti factory.
Whatever. They
spaghetti factory was huge at Jack London.
We're talking about loads. Johnny's talking about Alfredo sauce. There's a big difference here. We gotta go where the story's going.
I know the restaurant. We used to go there all the time.
It was on the corner. It was on the corner in the morning. Like when you walk into Jack London, on your left is the ocean. On the right is a couple of like shops, like a J. Crew or some shit like that. And then on the corner is like, I think it was an Olive Garden or a Chili's, whatever. But they bring you the breadsticks. All right. So
she slurped on his breadstick.
Right. So this girl who blew my friend the night before went, she was showing us when my friend went to the bathroom. We were like, so did you blah, blah, blah. She's like, oh yeah, I have no gag reflex. And she was talking about the gag reflex, how she has no gag reflex. And she took one of these breadsticks and like in the movie Private Parts, down the fucking breadstick all the way and then pulled it back out. And then put it back in the bread basket. Yeah.
So wait, was it buttered from his load? Was it now garlic butter bread?
No. But here's the thing. One of my friends at the table had gone to the bathroom.
Oh no.
So he comes back. And of course we're all good friends, so nobody tells him that breadstick has been down this girl's throat that my other friend's dick was in not more than 12 hours ago.
Does anybody mind if I have the last breadstick?
You know where I'm going with this.
I sure do.
The question is, after he took that breadstick and was on his 4th or 5th bite, should somebody have told him, and more importantly, by extension, the fact that one of my friend's cocks was in this girl's mouth, then that breadstick was in her mouth, then that breadstick was in one of my other friend's mouth, ergo, ipso facto, my friend's cock was in my other friend's mouth once removed. True or false?
Oh my gosh.
Kind of, yeah. DNA is there, man. If she didn't brush her toofies, and I mean a full brush and gargle and wash the lips with soap, yeah, there should still be some DNA in there. I guarantee right now, one of your friend's kids is swimming in your other friend's gullet.
I was just so a ruling in the chat.
The bread is so salty.
A ruling in the chat. Was friend A's cock in friend C's cock once removed by weekend whore B? Yes or no? Quick poll question.
My vote's yes.
Well, you know, you're never supposed to eat the breadsticks.
Well, you're not supposed to eat the breadsticks after some chick like dumped load on it.
I agree. I'm with Johnny. I'm just
you never want to touch that stuff. And now we have a good reason not to. Thank you, Paul.
You know. What do you think they do in the back of the restaurant to those breadsticks? Why do you think they're so tasty?
What do you think, John BL? That looks like Jack London score.
Yeah, this is a John BL question. He's got to Google it. Did that breadstick transfer load?
Yeah. Hi, Ellie. There's Jeannie. Everybody's here.
I'm trying to get my chat working because I'm having a hell of a fucking week here.
The funny thing about it is, as I listen back to that story, as I tell the story, I think to myself, what kind of life am I leading? I need to find me some Jesus.
A happy one. Jesus.
Wow.
Oh, here we go. Okay, so
what else? Podcast. We're on Facebook, Johnny Bean TV page, and the Van Halen 1974 to 2020 Facebook group, where we just passed 37,000 people.
What are you, big timing us?
For this one episode?
1,000 people I add to that group a day.
Is that how many are watching right now? 37,000?
No. There's tricks to that.
Okay, there's my chat. Okay. There we go.
We have 96 people watching this.
Are they breadsticks or head sticks?
CK, I am from Boston. Thanks for asking.
There you go.
Specifically South Boston.
Mm-hmm.
And somebody's got to do a roll call today while we're playing this game.
You want me to do a roll call?
Yeah, and then I'll join in when it's time for a certain song.
All right, let's start with 7 over 8 and his lovely family, Jeannie and Ellie.
Nice.
Andrew, I hope I'm pronouncing this properly. Is it Savier? Andrew Savier, Browns fan, CK, Charles Green, Charlie S, Chris Bevan, Cobra Kai Platoon, the artist of the internet
of the decade.
Yeah, he's the best. Colleen Gray, David Scher, Edwin Crane, Fruitcake Tony. Jeannie says Jeannie has a wrench. Oh boy!
Wow,
she's got unlimited power.
Power. She's drunken with power.
Good for her.
Like the Infinity Gauntlet, you know.
Yeah. Janice Lala. Majestic PB&J Cat, which is one of my favorite screen names of all time. Mickey Settlemile, Mr. Hellstorm, 74, Plexi Face, funny, great name. Quentin James, R2, R3, Locking Nut, Randy Price, Renus Pinkle, Rico B, Sandra Picorni, and Q the Jew.
Picorni, Picorni, Picorni. Me love you long time.
You love you long time.
Love you long time.
We love you long. Okay, long
You
time.
know, this is Passover week, so me love you long time, huh?
Long time, 8 minutes, 6 minutes. Well, I'll give you the best I got.
So long. It's such a pain. How long do I gotta go with this? Long time already.
The original Paramutant, Thomas Santiago, 2 Brain Cells, and Vistalite, 1972, and the rest.
Here on Johnny Bean's
Thank you. 101 watching. Leave a thumbs up or a thumbs down. Doesn't
6
matter.
thumbs down.
No, do not leave a thumbs down. Fuck that shit.
No, a thumbs down is good. Here's the thing. Indifference is death, John. That's great. If they're reacting, that's what you want.
Rena says my bed has a good bounce. You should see it when I'm masturbating. I start playing music and I'm like woohoo, 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 woohoo.
Blue Rhino was dancing nice to that, by the way.
Blue Rhino's devastated right now. He's traumatized, the poor thing. I'll tell you something. When I rub one out, I'm not lying here. I turn Blue Rhino around so he doesn't see. I'm not shitting you, because I can't be like,
or you're looking at his backside while you're doing it.
I turn him away. I gotta keep him innocent.
John's not for the innocent. Sorry.
When members of Kiss masturbate, we always do it in our makeup. So this way, if we jerk off on our own face, we just rub it in and it just looks the same.
Well,
the fans, we do that. We do that when we think of all the fans.
Oftentimes, I wonder how Paul keeps his skin so smooth and how he looks so good at his age. Now we know.
I mean, people out there like silky protein, smooth skin.
I almost went into Gene Simmons by way of Morgan Freeman. Well, I wish I could tell you Paul Stanley wasn't rubbing jizz on his face for a nominal fee.
Then the penguin walks over and jizzes on his mate's face and hits her with the pebble.
Hi, Ellie.
Yeah, hi, Ellie.
When she starts to put all this together, there's going to be a CPS call made.
What's really funny is Charlie S goes, Jay, please put Emma to bed. Jay's
who's
like,
Emma?
Emma.
Emma.
And Jeannie's like, Jay, who's Emma?
Daddy, what's jizz? It's a form of music that was founded in New Orleans.
Yeah, it's come on, give me that.
It's a C, a bouncy C.
I love that SNL skit. Give me a C,
a bouncy
C.
Oh, you're right. I forgot Killian. I'm sorry. Hi, Killian.
Oh, there you go.
I'm glad Ellie is here to keep me in line.
Hey, corrupt my baby brother
too. Your Honor, if it pleases the court, we'd like to present State's Evidence B, talking guitars and 80s metal live. Here's how you know Jay and Jeannie are the best parents ever. Those kids are going to grow up to be well-adjusted. They're going to grow up to be so well-adjusted because they're going to be exposed to the evils in the world, and yet from a safe distance.
Oh, yeah. Well, they'll avoid the entertainment business because all of us are just screwed. We're just mentally screwed.
Why don't you entertain us in your anus, Mancuda? Wait, no, not the voodoo. Not my eye! Not my mouth!
Fuck you, David Crosby.
Hi, Ellie.
Yeah. Ellie's like, Daddy, where can I get an action figure like that?
Yeah, she's smart, Jeannie. Probably takes after you.
Yeah, you can get that.
I'm surprised Jay didn't return one of those kids.
Well, it's a tight squeeze to get them back in the store, you know. Yeah, my father used to go to me.
Respect, huh?
Yeah, my father used to go to me. He's like, "Why don't you go back where you came from?" And I was like, "Ma, pardon. Let's get going. Get out of there."
Oh,
No, you had a good thing going there. You had a 9-month lease on that house, all meals paid for. Everything was great. And it was free. You were living rent-free in a vagina.
Quiet and comfy, which is where I want to be usually.
No,
anyway.
I get it. No, I understand that. I mean, if you could do that, people wonder why you get women to pay for all your stuff because you're used to being supported by vagine.
I love vagine.
Well, guitars.
No, but why didn't it doesn't seem anybody on the rest of the show believed you when you said that. Seems like you didn't.
I know it to be true, Mancuda. I know you love my 99-year-old vagine, and I can't wait till you give it a visit in the dusty depths of it. Thank you, Betty. Thank you.
Here's the funny thing about it. Bozique just figured out that Mancuda's a gigolo. Just figured it out. How long has this show been going? Who do you think buys all those guitars? Not him. Guy hasn't had a job in 4 years.
Oh my gosh.
I need work so badly. And now and now just this week I am so freaking screwed. My iPad crashed and
First world problems.
yeah.
Oh my god.
No, I live on that fucking thing, man. I live on that thing.
Uh-oh. Something
live
has
on that
shocked
thing.
Johnny Beane.
Who sent this?
Is
By
it
the
a
way,
chat?
there's a phone number down there. You guys can text us pictures of
Your
guitars
vagina.
mainly.
Oh yeah, guitars.
No, somebody sent in a picture of their guitar. Hey Johnny, loving the show and playing my new guitar. Haven't been able to put it down since.
Well, he's been playing so much he hasn't watched the show.
Oh, is that his Kramer?
It's a
That's David Gomery, right?
it's a Kramer.
Kramer, Kramer Night Swan.
David
like
Shea
a-
Gomery.
It's like a nice one.
Yeah, it's David Gomery, who's been posting
Oh, cool.
that guitar incessantly on Facebook for about
Nice.
4 days. Yeah,
Cool.
he's very proud of his guitar. It's great.
Why
he
why
said-
wouldn't you be? They're cool.
Yeah, when you have a great guitar, man, you should never put it down. I mean, you shouldn't even
Yeah.
be putting it down to take pictures of it.
Absolutely.
Well, that's not what was shocking. He said this is not his picture, but he's used to seeing these kinds of rats in his hometown. That
round
is not,
and round.
that is not real.
A love will find a way.
Well, show it again.
That is not real.
Let me see it. Put up. That's a
Yeah, isolate it, Johnny.
no. That's if first of all, it's not a rat. It looks like a capybara. But if it is,
A kookaburra.
But-
Ew.
but if it is a rat, it's been
God.
photoshopped larger and
Jesus.
enlarged.
Oh, that's
Nice.
oh.
Very.
Oh, it's
nice.
not David Shea Gomery. My apologies.
Oh,
David.
who is it? Johnny, why don't you share with the rest of the audience so we could all have fun?
Oh, that's awful.
Here's the thing.
No, that's not real, man.
Johnny, isolate it so we could see it better.
It's
Isolate yourself so we
no.
can.
I can't look at it. I'll
But the rest of us want to.
It could be a
oh,
nutrient.
Gosh.
Is it have orange teeth?
Johnny, zoom.
Look at the
zoom
picture.
in,
Didn't that
please.
girl have orange teeth?
Look at the picture, and if it has
She did
orange
after
teeth,
that breadstick.
if it has orange teeth, it's a nutria.
Johnny, can you please isolate yourself and zoom in on that so we could see it clear? My screen's as big as my penis, which is very tiny.
No, that's photoshopped.
Yeah, that's Photoshop. That's definitely Photoshop.
Yeah, it's Photoshop. You can see where the hand is obscured by the collar. Yeah, that's
No.
Photoshop.
Yeah, no, that's definitely Photoshop.
You're egged out by the weirdest shit. I just told the story about a buddy of mine eating a fucking pre-blowjob breadstick, and you weren't as egged out as seeing that picture of a rat.
Yeah, I
Nasty.
love that story, and you're like harping on this rat.
Because Ned brings them in and they're like torn up all over the bathroom floor, and you've seen that, Paul. You've seen that happen.
Yeah, no, I've watched it happen.
And
But
it's
does Ned like breadsticks?
a rat that big though? No.
Yeah, you know, that'll be the sad part is when the rat walks in with Ned in his fucking mouth. That's when you should worry. That's when you worry. That's when I think I would be creeped out. At that point,
It's like
when
a
you bring out the
Tasmanian
hypnotic.
devil.
That's
Who
when you-
sent this? Area
that's
code
when you-
623.
Well,
Who sent this?
that's Western Arizona, Western Phoenix.
Oh.
It's the west part of the Phoenix Metro, 623. So that's going to be Rico B or any of a variety of people who.
Jesus Rapes Me says it's Splinter from Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles.
Could be.
Somebody got some Swiss.
Master Splinter. All right. Who's those? Who's his
I don't know.
goes?
Swiss
We all
picks?
got- We all got Swiss picks, baby. Yeah.
Someone's mic died.
Look at those babies.
CK just asked what radio station
There we
I
go.
worked at in Boston. WZLX, WBCN, WAAF.
Swiss picks.
That's a rat. I don't. That's a rat.
That's the Swiss-
I'll look at.
That's the Swiss picks rat.
The other one that creeped me out, man.
Look at that. Get your grip on with Swiss picks, baby. Sponsor and friend of the show.
And I ran out. Just saying.
Tell Pete. Tell Pete. He'll send you a couple of Swiss
How
picks.
did you run out of Swiss picks? Where do you go? Where are you playing? How are you running out of picks? They're in
They
that room. You never
run-
leave that room.
They run down. I run picks down.
Even Steve Vai is like, I don't pick that fast to fuck mine up. You know what's really funny though? I had
Chris Bevan.
kept a pile of Swiss picks on the couch where I usually play. And over like the last few weeks, I'm down to like 2 where there used to be like 10. And I don't know where they go. They're probably like slipping in the crack of the couch or behind the couch. I know the other day I was walking along the carpet and like something was bothering my foot and there was like a Swiss pick, like, you know, that I stepped on and the indent stuck to my foot, you know? So it's like, I know they're scattered around. So they do scatter, but like, I don't know, like how you wear them down so fast, you know? I mean, unless you're like, you're playing in like, you know, drop tune and you're in like a thrash band.
I'm not going to lie to you. I've never worn a pick out in my life because I either lose them before I can wear them down, or I take that back. I think I've wear the tip just for a second. Or I have other picks. I don't use any one pick long enough to wear the pick out.
See, that's what
Yeah.
happens to my
Yes,
picks.
yeah.
Is that what's left of your Swiss pick?
That's
Yeah.
what they turn into.
I know a lot of people that use those for picks. That's actually pretty smart.
Yeah, that's great.
They do tend to get caught on the D strings though.
Yeah.
Nice. Nice.
And then I have one of those pick punches. So every time I have a canceled credit card or I get one of those, I get a credit card from one of those, you know, the club Shoppers Club cards. Every time, like, hey, do you have a Shoppers Club card? I'm like, no. And then I take the Shoppers Club card and I punch like 12 picks out of it and use those until they run.
That's really funny.
Yeah, I bought one of those pick punches from like a pawn shop for like $2. It was in like the junk thing. I was like, oh yeah, all right.
Meanwhile, people like going through your pick thing, trying to steal your identity. They're like, we could just piece it together. The numbers.
No, I'm smart. I don't punch out any of the part that has the strip on it, the magnetic strip.
The numbers. Imagine, will that be cash or charge? A card. Okay, insert your card, and you just like take a pick, and you're like,
It'll be
I hope it goes
plectrum.
through. I hope it goes through.
Actually, those raised numbers would be great for the grip part.
Yeah, sure.
That's a good idea. And somebody sent this in. They want Mancuda to look. It's a Fender HM Strat reissue. It's
Oh, I
getting.
love those.
It's going to get pink pickups.
Ooh, nice. I dig the Fender HMs. They brought those back. They
That's
brought
what
those
this
back.
is. This
what,
is a
like
reissue.
two NAMs ago or 2020 NAM 2020? They brought that back.
It wasn't
because
last time we were there.
Yeah, because of Ethan Broche. Ethan Broche, and he used to play the old ones, and they made it his signature, so they brought it back in 4 colors for Ethan as like his signature guitar. So he's the reason you guys can enjoy those again, and they're great. They're really good.
Mm-hmm.
You know, definitely good bang for the buck too. But they play nice. They have nice necks. Very, very different from the Fender Strats.
Mm-hmm.
More of a
Yeah.
D-shaped neck. They're nice. And
Yeah.
was it that he's going to put pink pickups in that?
Yeah. He said he's going to put. Is it this one? It's getting pink pickups, Mancuda style.
From Vinum pickups. Is that where he's getting them? From Vinum pickups?
David Scher, what picture did you send me?
Look at that.
The one with the rat? David Scher
Vinum-
sent that.
Vinum pickups, man.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, Vinum pickups.
That's where you should get your pink pickups. Or any color. Vinum's great. Nice. Very, very cool.
Oh no. Who's this?
Is that my mother? Did she send that? Oh no.
Guitar Center sent somebody. Are you kidding? Somebody guitar they
Share with us, Johnny.
They got a guitar from Guitar Center.
Hey, Lenny.
A Wolfgang. And it showed up like this.
Oh,
What the fuck? Oh man.
you know what you need to do with that? Jay Hannon.
Yeah. Pull a Jay Hannon on it. Wow, that sucks. Yeah, that thing's got to go back fast.
Standby dogs need to go out.
Okay. Man, that sucks. Who's that from? Whose guitar is that? Well, it's Guitar Center's guitar because that's where it's going back to.
I don't know. When you guys send me a text, make sure to include your name so we know. I don't know who that is.
Ooh. Fruitcake Tony says Ben Thomas in the middle of a pink and teal Frankie build.
Oh,
Nice.
yeah. Yeah, he showed that to us on Sunday.
Oh, I can't wait to see that. I gotta watch Sunday. That's very cool.
Rico B. That's yours?
Oh man, sorry, dude.
And
That sucked.
Here's somebody.
It's the Relic edition. Yeah, you don't want a Relic like that. Oh, there you go.
Pink HM right there.
Best color out there. All the HMs are nice though. They play really good. And I see right in front of it's a cool looking Tiger. By the way, today's show and tell guitar, I should point out, is a celebrity guitar, and it's a really, really, really well-known one. So you guys are in for a really, really good treat tonight when I pull out the show and tell guitar. It's one everyone will instantly know and recognize. And your clue is only David Scher knows which one it is. And David, don't give it away, because if you do, I will not show that particular guitar. But this is special for David Scher tonight. I'm doing this specifically because of him tonight. But it's a very well-known celebrity guitar. I promise you, everyone will recognize it without question. Everyone will be like, "Oh, you have that?" Yeah, definitely an 80s legendary, well-known guitar.
From like a music video. Do we see it on MTV?
Yeah, you'll see it in music videos, magazine photos, a lot of pinups. It's someone's signature guitar. It's someone's best known guitar.
And their hit song was called.
Not gonna say. Yeah, but it's a very well known and very recognizable and very badass guitar that I've never had on the show before. But David Scher gave me the idea of it, and I was like, okay, all right. So this is for you, David. Tonight's show and tell guitar. It's going to be really, really special.
Nice.
Yeah.
Yeah. Hey, Josh.
Very cool.
We got people over on Facebook watching us.
Nice.
Check out the Purple Music Man on Reverb.
Yeah, and everyone please leave a thumbs up because it's free. Much like what Paulie and I get paid. Nada. Costs nothing.
59.
The 69. That's what we want. Hey, speaking of getting paid, I'm noticing Nightbot just put up the link for the new Gizmochi album, which I'm glad Nightbot finally has because I was plugging it last week and there was no link. So check out, if you don't have the new Gizmochi album, that's the wonderful and famous Jay Hannon on guitars, and it's a really good metal album. Check it out, and there it is in the link. Gizmochi! Gizmucho! Whatever you want to call it. Just get the album. The link's right there. If you don't have it already, and you should.
Get it twice.
Yeah, you give them out for gifts. It's Easter. Come on. Yeah, it's Passover now. Easter's coming up. You should have the Easter Bunny give out baskets of eggs, chocolate, and the new Gizmochi album. I think that's a great idea. Throw a couple of colorful Swiss picks in there. You put a couple of colorful Vinum pickups in there. You throw a little bit of I don't like Easter. Not you. You throw all sorts of cool stuff in there. Yeah, that should be your Easter basket. All our sponsors together. And not David Crosby. Bastard. That bastard. So let's see. So
Bye, Janice Lala.
Good night, Janice. Janice will watch the rerun.
Bye, Janice.
And let's see. Alice Martinez ordered some delicious Colonel's popcorn.
Oh, is this the Plugola part of the show?
Yeah, why not?
Okay.
Delicious Colonel's popcorn. Check out Colonel's gourmet popping corn and more, meaning chocolate and all sorts of candies and sweets. They have sugar-free stuff, great stuff. In fact, I'm actually waiting on a box of Colonel's. I thought it would be here already, but it's not.
Someone's complaining.
No, I'm just waiting on it. I'm anxious to eat it. Delicious Colonel's popcorn is addictive. It's addictive. I like to pound it in someone's vag, and it comes out like a popcorn ball.
Why would you? Why, Timmy? Why?
Because it's so tasty. It goes in plain and comes out cheesy or caramel.
This is so gross.
Yeah. Well, listen, just enjoy delicious Colonel's gourmet popcorn.
I will do no such thing.
Enjoy it out of the bag.
Yes. Wait,
yes,
that's what she said?
Not,
oh no.
Not your bag.
When you take off that bag, here, I packed you a lunch. And yes, this is the who was asking? Let's see. Someone in the chat is asking, is that the David Crosby voodoo doll? Yes, it is. Thanks to Jesus Rapes Me for getting me that. The David Crosby voodoo doll says meh going down his chest. And look at all the places you could injure the man. I mean, we could take this pin out of his mouth and stick it right in his groin.
Wait, now, why?
Why not? It's David Crosby. We don't like him. And he's not a fan of Eddie Van Halen or this show. So let's put one in his tone-deaf ear. No! There you go.
He'll be complaining about something next week, I think.
My groin. That's what he'll be complaining about. Yeah, I love the David Crosby voodoo doll. God damn him.
Mm-hmm. Do you sleep with it?
No. What are you kidding? I sleep with Blue Rhino. I cuddle up with him. Then I put him away, rub one out, and I bring him back, and he's like, what happened?
What happened? It was dark all of a sudden. I heard a lot of noises.
Daddy put me away, and I don't know what happened, but Daddy slept like a log after that.
Not quite sure what's going on.
Exactly. I got to keep him innocent. Let's
Not
see.
for the innocent. I don't know why that song is in my head today. It just is.
No, Bozique, I don't have anything against Stills and Nash. I don't care, or Neil Young. They didn't say anything bad about Eddie or about this show or any other artists' material. They're not bad guys. Of course, David Crosby has a loud, opinionated mouth. You know, rivaling only with the
as opposed to everyone else on this show.
Yeah. only competitive with Sharon Osbourne in the board of dildos. So let's see. Anyone wearing XL t-shirt? The Becker family sent me a Jason Becker shirt in the wrong size and don't want it returned. Yeah, baby. I'll send it to Johnny to send to anyone who wants it. Brand new.
That was you? Yeah, somebody sent me a text saying that. So it must have been you.
Nice.
Jesus Rapesme.
Well done, Jesus Rapesme. Very cool. Yeah, I wear an extra large.
Just order a bunch of kernels and you'll fit into it eventually.
Let's see. And by the way, speaking of t-shirts, this is my new t-shirt for this week. Because as you guys know, if you watch the show regular, I told you I bought a bunch of them and I get a lot of cool pop culture t-shirt. Today's is the Flash Gordon animated series. Look at that. You got, let's see. You got Thun the Lion Man, Dale Arden, Flash, Dr. Zarkov, and Ming the Merciless. Ooh. Flash! Ah, wow, wow. How cool is that? If you guys haven't seen the Flash Gordon animated series, that cartoon is freaking awesome, man. Really, like the best. That's the best incarnation of Flash Gordon they ever did. Really is. It's the most realistic, the most serious. Very cool. Love it. What happened? Did Paulie drop dead? What happened? Even the dog is looking like, what the hell happened?
Had a dog situation.
Oh, okay.
I never saw that cartoon. It looks fun.
I thought Ming the Merciless sent Warship Ajax for your body. I didn't know what happened.
No. Ace brought a ball over, and I threw the ball, and it ended up on top of a rack of CDs, like in the little. Like if I wanted to put the ball there, I couldn't possibly have done that. But then he went over and he started trying to get the ball out. He was just knocking shit off the shelf. I'm like, yeah, that's not happening. I got to get that. I got to stop that now.
Linny Lou says Mary thinks she missed a flashing. I'll send you dick pics later, Mary. Don't worry. My geriatric wheelchair-bound love child. I have special photos for you. I have special treatments for you. I know what you like. I know how to treat you, Mary. I know what you want. I know what discipline you need. Give it to you.
You are so gay.
Ugh.
Gay? How did that come around?
Hey, Colleen, welcome.
There we go. Hey, Colleen, just in time.
See, like right here, see what Ace is doing? He's trying to force this ball on me. He's like a priest.
Oh.
He's like a priest,
Nice.
but I get this from him. And I know what happened. Ace is, and Lemmy is just out of the picture. She's laying like in the doorway, waiting for me to get this from him so that she can come and steal it. And he won't. He won't let her have it because he's a jerk. He'll bring it by her. He'll like wave it in her face like a priest. So anyway,
let's see.
by the way, let's point out. I'd like to point out as long as we're talking about 80s metal.
Welcome to Guitar's erotic breadsticks and geriatric sax.
I made the mistake of listening to a CD I haven't listened to probably since it came out, and it came out in 1990. So what are we looking at? 31 years.
Yeah.
It is awful. And I think that all who are involved in it, with the exception of the super talented Jeff Duncan, should be arrested and deported. I'm talking about the CD called Lost and Found from the band Lost Boys. Now, you don't know who Lost Boys are, and for that, you should be thankful. Lost Boys was a project that, if you remember seeing the movie Decline of the Western Civilization Part 2, The Metal Years.
Yes.
And one of the many failed bands that were featured in that movie was a band called Odin. Odin.
Indeed.
Odin. You remember Bill Gazzari?
They toured with Thor.
Creepy old club owner Bill Gazzari was a big fan of the band Odin, who were also managed by one Vicky Hamilton, who never met a buffet she didn't visit. So I'm not wrong. So she was managing Odin, and I guess Odin got a record deal. They signed, they were doing independent records like everybody else in LA. They were putting out independent product, but I guess they got a record deal. And at some point, Randy O, who was the lead singer, I'm sorry, let me rephrase that, the talentless lead singer of Odin, decided he wanted to leave the project to put together a band called Lost Boys. So Lost Boys were signed to Atlantic Records and put out an album called Lost and Found.
Was that also hold on? Was that also the name of the lead single on that album?
I don't remember the name of the lead single. It might have been.
Is there a song on that album called Lost and Found?
It might be. And it's interesting
because
I do have it nearby, unfortunately.
I want to see because there is a song I like, and I'm wondering if it's that.
Hold on, let me go get it. These guys are fucking awful.
It's probably one I like.
It's all right, Lemmy.
Let's see.
Hold on, let me just try to sneak away.
With the CD, he's got in his mouth.
So here's the CD.
Hey, Boner Jams.
Here's the CD, Lost Boys.
I think I like the song Lost and Found on that CD. Is there a song Lost and Found, like the first or the third track?
It's the sixth track.
Does the progression go? Is it like that?
I don't fucking remember.
I think I like that. I think I like that CD actually.
It's an awful CD. This is an awful CD. This is an awful CD by an awful band.
Can you read the tracks for us?
Crying Out, Right on Track, Lonely Man, Cool Me Down, Seaside Lover, Lost and Found, Flying Free, The Boulevard, In the Middle, Shot Song, and Misery. Now, the interesting thing about this is how you know that this band was never going to work. Produced by Godfrey Diamond, the legendary Godfrey Diamond.
Who?
And then it says
Dustin Diamond, Screech.
And then it says on the bottom, and I don't know if you'll be able to read it because of the font, but see where it says produced by Godfrey Diamond?
Okay.
Underneath it says Misery, produced by Randy O. So Randy O's ego was so bad, so out of control, that he had to make sure that one song on this record must be separated from the rest of it. And the song is called Misery. And if you listen to it, it's self-explanatory. It's almost like a self-perpetuating experience. And here's the thing. This band was on Atlantic Records. One of the biggest record labels on the face of the earth decided to put out this waste of plastic and digital processing. This is one of the worst CDs of its era. And the sad part about it is, musically, like as I listen to it, the production isn't bad. And Jeff Duncan, who is in DC5 and Armored Saint and was in Odin, is a very good guitar player. And musically, this record would have been so much better if they had had a different singer. But Randy O makes Joe Leste from Bang Tango sound like Ronnie James Dio.
Wow.
He is an awful lead vocalist. Awful. Of course, he's on a record. I'm not.
But you're on Talking Guitars and 80s Metal. He was only on that one CD. You're here every week.
So if there's anything I can do, I would recommend, if you see this CD, avoid it like AIDS.
Wow.
You're welcome.
And I haven't. Once you showed the cover, I recognized the CD. And I hate to say it, I like some tracks on that CD. The Lost and Found song is the one I actually do like a lot.
But if you've listened to the CD, I assume you own it.
I do.
Yeah. If you listen to the CD, you know it's so disjointed and inconsistent. You'll hear something on it, like you'll hear Lost and Found. You go, well, if they were capable of writing this, what happened to the other 10 songs on the record? Stephen Franklin brings up a very good point. Take it to the range. Oh!
Wow. I'm curious. Does anyone else?
Here's the thing. I wouldn't expend the money it would take for the ammo to shoot the CD.
Now, make no mistake. I do like a lot of the later era hair bands. I do. And there's a lot I don't like, but there are a real lot I do. And Lost Boys, I bought that CD. And again, the song Lost and Found sticks in my mind because I remember really liking it. Now, that doesn't mean, how come while I'm talking, you're focusing on Paul's empty chair, John?
It's content.
Worst producer ever. It's like Johnny's showing a photo of Ned. I'm talking and I'm talking. I show a guitar. Johnny shows a photo of a wall. Out the window. Paul's giving a monologue on a CD. Johnny shows his ceiling. Yeah, great production value, Johnny. Yeah, so I like a lot of the third wave hair bands. I do. Lost Boys, I don't remember the whole CD. I'd have to listen to it again. I do remember the single Lost and Found, and I do remember really liking it. So
here's the thing. If you like that band, you'd remember the CD.
Well, I remember the CD. I recognize the name. But once I saw the CD cover, the single clicked into my head that it was definitely Lost and Found from that CD. I even put it on a mix CD at one point that I liked it that much. But I'm just pointing out, I'm curious if anyone else in the chat has heard that song and what they think of it. They either like it, they don't like it. Just curious. Paulie obviously hates it. I don't remember a lot of the CD, but I remember enjoying that single a lot. I'm curious what everyone else in the chat thinks. And if you can't answer now, listen to it after the show on YouTube, then then show a comment in the video. Leave a comment in the video, and we'll reply to it. I'm just curious what you think of that song.
Poop.
There you go.
CK is bringing up a couple of things. He said that John likes a lot of the third wave hair bands, and he does. But you're putting a lot of dog hair in my mouth.
It's better than a breadstick, brother.
Yeah, it certainly is. I know where that dog has been. I knew where that breadstick had been. So you're conflating a lot of different bands in there. Dangerous Toys came before some of these other bands, and some of them are significantly better than others.
Sure.
Enough's Enough is a great band.
Very underrated. Very underrated.
Warrant is a better band than I give them credit for.
Agreed there.
I love Junkyard. I don't think Johnny does. I don't think John's a big Junkyard fan.
I am.
Oh, you are?
Okay, Johnny Beane may not be. I'm a big Junkyard fan.
I hate all this stuff.
And then Danger, and Firehouse. Danger, and Firehouse, I'm not on board with, but Mancuda is.
Personal favorite, Danger.
Bang Tango and Dangerous Toys, I'm good with. So it's really, both. Yeah, it's an interesting thing. There's a whole bunch of these other things. These sort of late hair bands. For every terrible hair band like Snatch that came around, there was a Badlands.
Wait, speaking of Snatch, Amanda Coombs, welcome.
It's been a while since we've seen Amanda Coombs.
Yeah, really. Amanda doesn't love us anymore. I don't know what the deal is. I'm happy to have her now.
I know. That's what she said.
I love Amanda. And by the way, just in the chat, I just noticed a comment. I'm sorry to interrupt, boy. I just noticed a comment. Hey, I'm glad I dodged Lost Boys if you say it sucks. I didn't say that it sucks. Paulie doesn't like them. I like some of the songs. Give it a try and see where
just because we think it sucks.
Neither of us are wrong. It's just different tastes.
I just got scarred by the dog. That hurt. He just knocked. I had this ball in my hand. and he clawed me to get it out of my hand. I had it like that. And he
Oh
clawed me,
yeah.
and that fucking hurt. That hurt, buddy. You hurt me. But yeah, no, there are a lot of those bands. Tora Tora is not in the same category as Firehouse. They're different bands completely. Not even in the same.
I do see where they bring them up though in that same, last wave genre though.
I guess.
I do see that. I mean, look, you can't compare Pretty Boy Floyd and Firehouse. Firehouse is way better. But with that said, they did come in that third wave. And during that wave, you saw what stuck to the wall and what fell to the wayside.
Yeah, the unfortunate part is there was so much shit that was thrown in at that third wave, so much garbage that the good stuff, baby out with the bathwater. Sort of the same situation where a lot of good bands were lumped in, and I hate to put Extreme in that category, but they were lumped in, and a significantly better band, Mr. Big, was lumped in with that last wave of hair bands. And I mean, Mr. Big, Badlands, Blue Murder, Extreme, Tora Tora. There are some fantastic bands that came out during that era. And then there were some bands that were not so good that we just kind of went, wow, what are you doing?
Child's Play. I like Child's Play.
Lost Boys is a great example of it.
Kicks is early. Kicks is early, man.
Kicks is way early. Kicks was late 70s.
Yeah, Kicks. You know what it is? Kicks. A lot of people don't realize, Paulie, that like Kicks. The Don't Close Your Eyes. That was off their fourth album. Yeah. A lot of people didn't realize there were 3 earlier ones.
Yep. No. There's
good ones too.
Kick started in the late 70s for people that don't know that. And it wasn't until their third record that anybody even started paying attention to them. Once Midnight Dynamite came out, that was when people started to go, oh, this band's pretty good. And look,
barely.
Right. It was a situation where they got a new producer. Atlantic Records found a producer, a guy named Bo Hill, who was the guy that produced all the RATT records. And immediately made Kicks sound like RATT. And Kicks wrote funkier songs than RATT. So they were similar and yet different enough. Yet they had a similar sound, kind of like Spencer Crawford did with Quiet Riot and Kick Axe and a couple of other bands, King Cobra, where there's a drum sound, a heavy, huge cannon-like kick drum sound that became sort of Spencer Crawford's deal.
That's the drum sound. No, that's the drum sound itself. That's that cool drum sound you were mentioning, Johnny. Johnny's like Bo Hill. He knows how to produce it and mix it in perfectly and get that drum up right at the front. Yeah.
And in fact, those guys, all they needed was a producer. I mean, look, Def Leppard would be a significantly different band if Mutt Lange hadn't got a hold of them. And there's an argument to be made that AC/DC would be a significantly different band if Mutt Lange. Metallica would be a different band if Bob Rock didn't get them. Same thing with the Cult, who are one of my favorite bands of all time. But if Bob Rock doesn't get a hold of the Cult, or Rick Rubin doesn't get a hold of the Cult in 1987, they're nowhere near the band that they are today.
Yeah. No, when a band is a success with an album, it has a certain sound. That producer is like another band member.
It's a signature
within that. There's always a difference.
He adds a signature sound, and that is a big part of it. By the way, someone brought up Faster Pussycat. Can we give a rest in peace wishes to the friends and family? Brett Bradshaw, the drummer of Faster Pussycat, recently passed away. So, if anyone's a Faster Pussycat fan,
there's another. CK Def Leppard went soft on Hysteria. Gee, it only sold them 20 million records. So.
Hysteria was incredible.
Hysteria was what an awful decision that was.
They have a song off that record that wasn't a hit single.
Yeah.
Their album Flaccidia.
Don't shoot. Shotgun wasn't a hit.
Yeah, well, there's like one song.
That's the only one though.
Everything else was like #1 that summer.
Yeah. Flaccidia was the album they went flat on. Flaccidia. Yes.
Metallica went soft on the Black Album. Of course they did. Through the Never is a very mellow song. It's an awful song.
Yeah, well, let me tell you something. You give me a chance to sell out like Metallica sold out, I would jump on that.
Yeah, no problem.
Smartest kids in the room. Hey, Craven Soda.
Hysteria may be the greatest pop hair band record of all time.
Yeah, probably.
That one and Slippery When Wet are the two greatest hair band records of all time. In that order. Hysteria first, then Slippery When Wet.
And you could throw New Jersey in there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Def Leppard was good until Pyromania. Of course they were. Yes. they sold 100,000 records. They sold 300,000 records. Then they sold 10 million records. And then they sold 20 million records. Yes, they were awful. Terrible, terrible band, CK.
And again, you know, CK, look, it's just a matter of taste. If you like High and Dry as their favorite album, look, I hated On Through the Night. I absolutely hated it. High and Dry had one or two cool songs. I was okay with it. Pyromania for me was like a big deal. I loved Pyromania.
Breakthrough record. Huge breakthrough record.
And from there, you take that up a notch to Hysteria. It's like, I mean, how do you go from, you know, you're on the charts all the time to you make the charts and you rule MTV, you know?
They became a stadium band on Hysteria. I mean, they became the legendary band that they are now.
Yeah, one of the biggest stadium bands now. I mean, you know, you can't beat that album, you know?
What?
No, they're great records.
I missed most of that. Hopefully my internet's not crashing. Hopefully for some reason the feed here crashed. But I'm still here, so I think that's good.
Yeah, see, like High and Dry is a good record. It's not an amazing record. Pyromania was an amazing record.
Here's the thing. High and Dry is a great record. It's a great record. Here's the thing. High and Dry is a great record the way Highway to Hell is a great record. Hysteria is a phenomenal record the way Back in Black is a phenomenal record. When you're comparing a record like High and Dry to Pyromania or Hysteria, you're talking about comparing to arguably the greatest hair metal band records of all time. Nothing is going to come close. John BL, Def Leppard's not a stadium band. Of course they're not.
And Def Leppard and Bon Jovi, I'd say, are both two of the greatest stadium bands ever.
Yep.
Ever. Yeah.
Yep. Def Leppard is a stadium band, John.
Absolutely, they sold out stadiums. Sure, they did, man.
They've headlined Donington several times.
Yeah, no, they've played a lot of stadiums, and like they had the In the Round tour. Was a huge tour.
But those were arenas; those weren't stadiums.
They've sold out stadiums.
I would ask John BL, but he's saying they didn't.
I say they did. Paulie, don't you?
Oh, they absolutely have.
I remember that. I remember them selling out stadiums.
Maybe not in the U.S. Maybe overseas.
I mean more in Europe, but
did.
Either way, I mean everyone did European tours anyway. All the American bands.
Somebody correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe Def Leppard has sold out Giant Stadium.
I thought I remembered something to that effect.
I'll Google it.
John BL.
John BL, revel in the shame of proving yourself wrong. Slink up to us and go, you were right. Jack Murphy Stadium.
Who's on John BL's iPad right now? Is that really John BL?
I would hope so. And make no mistake, I see like one or two Bon Jovi bashers in the audience. I love Bon Jovi, and if you don't, that's fine. But make no mistake, John Bon Jovi is laughing all the way to his very large Scrooge McDuck-like money pit.
I told you guys I hung out with his mom.
John BL's mom?
Wow.
No. Is this a reveal?
Desmond Child introduced me to
John BL's like, what?
To John Bon Jovi's mother. And she was like, I mean, this was years ago, but I think she was like wearing all this jewelry and stuff, like rings and necklaces. And she was really, really dressed up.
Shot in the eye, and you're to blame, Johnny. on Bon Jovi's mother, you came.
Oh my gosh.
Oh man, David Bryan's gonna give you a call. Hey man, the Jersey Syndicate is coming for you. You understand, Beane?
All right, Bial is putting facts in the chat.
Let's see. Excellent. Okay, so there was some arenas,
Huh?
right? Meadowlands, Brendan Byrne Arena.
Yeah, those are not stadiums though, according to those are arenas.
Okay, I'm pretty sure there's got to be that Def Leppard has sold out. I know they played Donington. I know that.
They've headlined Donington.
Which is a really big arena.
Yeah, and Kenny Dave, it's a really big arena wrapped with a stadium around it. It's very.
Let's see.
Kenny Dave says Richie Slambora is very average. That's okay.
Slambora.
That's okay. But you know what? He also has a money bin right next to John's, and he's right now looking to do a swan dive into a 20-foot pile of gold Cougarans. Some bikini babes to towel him off. Yeah. I'd like to suck that much.
Oh,
Let's see. What do you think Crew tapped Def Leppard for their stadium tour? You go, Dave Shea Garmery. You go, brother.
The captain, Michael Smith, sent me a text saying the first show by the band in this city since October 87. We're talking about Def Leppard. On the first leg of the U.S. tour. What? Does that even make sense? The third time at this venue was the first of 3 sold-out nights. It stands not far from the 82,000 capacity MetLife Stadium.
yeah. That just means it just means it's in the it's near the stadium. That doesn't mean they played the stadium.
Yeah, it was all arenas. I mean, you watch all those videos. It was all arenas. Guns N' Roses, wasn't Paradise City? Wasn't that filmed in a stadium?
Yeah, it was a
yeah.
festival show.
Mm-hmm. And again, Kenny Dave says money doesn't impress me much. And that's fine. If you want to be an artist's artist and you want to like play the coffee houses of Greenwich Village for snaps, that's fine. But everyone else wants to, do the rich and famous thing. When they, become a rock star, they're looking to play arenas and stadiums and do tours and reach the fans and,
Well, I mean, we could talk about February 1983, Def Leppard's U.S. tour in support of the album Pyromania began opening for Billy Squier and ended headlining Jack Murphy Stadium for 55,000 people in San Diego and California. So that's 1983. They were headlining stadiums.
Who?
Def Leppard.
Yeah, I know. As Popcorn the band, I know we wish we would have opened for Def Leppard playing stadium tours. Absolutely. And of course, my chat went out.
Oh, that's no good.
There we go. Let's get this back on.
So if they were headlining Jack Murphy Stadium in 83, imagine where they were in 88. And I don't have all their stadium dates in front of me or any of their tour dates in front of me. I'm just saying the band is a stadium band. They're a legendary band. And they put out, again, the original comment was the greatest hair band album of all time is Hysteria. Whether or not the band, headline a stadium, even though Journey and Def Leppard apparently are headlining the Hershey Park Stadium. They headlined that in 2018. So there's that, wherever the Hershey Park Stadium was.
Pennsylvania.
I would assume so, yeah.
Yeah.
the point being, the two greatest hair band albums of all time are Hysteria and Slippery When Wet.
And like I said, you could alternate that with New Jersey because either one, but you're probably right with Slippery being first.
Yeah, I mean, Slippery was a massive record.
I mean, that was their breakdown.
By the way, both of them are. But John Biel Hershey Park Stadium is small. Fuck you. You can't have it both ways. You can't have it both ways. They're a fucking stadium band. It's small.
It's still a stadium. It's not a bar. It's,
Yeah.
It only seats 84,000 people.
And the point being, you can't compare bands like Rock's Gang to bands like Def Leppard. You can't compare bands like Tora Tora to bands like Dangerous Toys, although that's at least a closer comparison.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, there's arena bands and stadium bands, and there's, smaller acts, and those smaller acts are a lot of those third wave. Going back to the third wave stuff. You'll see Faster Pussycat opening for Alice Cooper, but Alice Cooper is doing world tours, like big ones. And they're bringing on opening acts like Danger Danger and Faster
By the way,
Pussycat, Firehouse.
Somebody suggested that New Jersey outsold Slippery When Wet. Nonsense. Worldwide sales of Slippery When Wet are 28 million copies worldwide. Worldwide sales of New Jersey are 18 million copies. They've almost outsold 2-1.
Is it that vast a difference? I thought it would be closer.
28 million to 18 million. By the way, 2 albums, 46 million records. 2 albums, 46 million records. Are you kidding me?
I say they still suck.
Yes. Here's the thing. The worst Bon Jovi record, it can be argued, is 7800 Fahrenheit. As much as we love that record, that came before they became famous, right? It still sold over 3 million albums around the world.
And keep in mind that album was commercially considered a failure.
Yes.
Technically. Think about that.
I'm going to do this for a second, just looking at album sales. Bon Jovi, worldwide for their debut, 3.5 million. For 7800, 3 million. For Slippery When Wet, 28 million. For New Jersey, 18 million. For Keep the Faith, 12 million. For These Days, 10 million. For Crush, 11 million. For Bounce, 5 million. For Have a Nice Day, 6 million. For Lost Highway, 4 million. For The Circle, 3 million. For What About Now, 1.5 million. Burning Bridges, 67,000 records sold in the United States. And then This House Is Not for Sale. They only sold, according to these statistics, 600,000 copies worldwide. So, what does that mean? What does that mean?
7,000?
What does that mean? It means that coming in 2021-22, our friend Richie Sambora will rejoin Bon Jovi, because that's how those guys end up with a stadium tour. And not unlike the guy that he's always wanted to be from the get-go, Bruce Springsteen, Bon Jovi will keep Phil X in the band. I bet you it just becomes like the E Street Band. They just put another guy in there, and that gives them 2 fucking fantastic guitar players.
Why not? Think of, look at Iron Maiden. How many guitar players you want to float in here?
Yeah, I know. Well, Iron Maiden makes it work, though. Iron Maiden makes it work with 3.
Oh yeah.
3 records.
Look, Leatherwolf made it work with 3 players. Iron Maiden certainly can.
Yes, let's compare Leatherwolf to Bon
Wayne.
Jovi and Iron
Maiden. They all played stadiums. They're all arena bands. Yeah. Here's a question for you, and all 3 of us. If you could belong to one band in the 80s, which one would you want to be a part of?
Van Halen.
And I'm putting this in the audience too. If you're in the audience, in the chat, put it out there. What band in the 80s would you wanted to have been a part of, a member of?
I wanted to be Eddie Van Halen in the 80s, but everybody did.
Okay. So you wanted to be in Van Halen in some capacity. You would have wanted to be in Van Halen.
I would say that Def Leppard and Bon Jovi would be Def Leppard. Def Leppard was living an amazing world in the 80s.
Okay, my choice would have been Bon Jovi. That's my. I can't think of a more fun arena band that was having just such a success story worldwide that Bon Jovi was. I mean, they were touring nonstop for like 5 years. Think about that. So like that, my vote would be Bon Jovi. Let's see, going through the chat. Okay, scrolling back. All right, let's see. Yostinator says Def Leppard. Kenny Dave says Vixen. Okay. Well, I mean, you can't fight that, 4 pretty chicks.
He wants to be in a Vixen.
There you go. Well, you could be a groupie and be in them. The original Power Mutant says Guns N' Roses. Yeah, but then you'd never play. You'd just be at a lot of canceled shows. Let's see. Bozique says AC/DC, CK, Van Halen, Roth era. Sean Mahoney, Van Halen. Rena says Nitro. Hey, listen, I'd rather have you in Nitro than Jim Gillette. So you win that one. Johnny says Van Halen. Charles Green says Dio. There's an interesting choice. Wayno, Van Halen. Kenny Dave agrees with Vixen. Don Sabo and Lenny Lou, all Van Halen. Let's see. Dan of New Jersey. Bon Jovi has several food kitchens. One close to me. Good stuff. Yeah, Bon Jovi's very big on the charity stuff. Let's see, which is great. CK says Cinderella. Hardwood Steaks, Iron Maiden. Let's see. Bear with me here. Kevin Bethel says Queensryche. Six Chicks says Motley Crue or Van Halen. A lot of Van Halens, obviously. Scorpions, Mike Neese. Hammett Spot, Metallica, Randy Price. Taylor 315 says RATT. Mickey Settlemeyer, Journey. CK says Cinderella. Amanda says RATT. Let's see. Don Sabo says Def Leppard. Stephen Franklin, Lita Ford. Jesus Rapes Me says Bon Jovi's so boring compared to Motley Crue as far as being in a band. Bon Jovi would get so boring. I don't know, man. I got to disagree, brother, because Bon Jovi's tours were just big fucking parties pounding with fans on their bus. If you wanted to get close with girls, a lot of bands were like full of them, but I can't think of a band more full of beautiful female fans than Bon Jovi. I mean, sure, you had, Poison and, a couple of those bands, but Bon Jovi, holy hell, the groupie situation over there, insane. The fans, Bon Jovi fans are really rabid.
They're really rabbits?
Rabbits?
They're really, really, really rabbits. The rabbits are coming. Hooray, hooray.
The Easter rabbit. I love that episode. Remember Bugs Bunny is like taking the place of the Easter Bunny, and there's that little kid that wants an Easter egg.
I want Easter egg. I want Easter egg. I want Easter egg.
Remember that one, Paul?
I'm sorry. I'm answering an email. I apologize.
Oh, no worries. Let's see.
It's a work thing.
All good. One pays you well, and one just kind of has you here.
Yes, exactly.
Let's see. Amanda talking about Creed is the anthem of douchebags. Total red flag for me. Do you mean the band, Amanda? The band Creed?
Yeah.
What'd they do? Arms Wide Open? Was that theirs?
Creed has sold a lot of records and was a pretty big band for a pretty long time.
Was that their song? Arms Wide Open?
One of them, yeah.
With arms wide open. Yeah. Colleen, yes, that's the episode. Easter Yeggs. Yeah, Bugs Bunny takes over for the Easter Bunny. The Easter Bunny's like fat and lazy. And he's like, oh, I can't go on anymore. My aching feet. And Bugs comes over. Yeah, sure, I'll take your basket and do your rounds. And Bugs is giving out Easter eggs. He's having fun. And then he runs into this little bratty kid. I want Easter egg. I want Easter egg. I want Easter egg. And he's like, keeps, bashing Bugs with a hammer and stuff. And finally, Elmer Fudd gets involved, and they paint his bald head like an Easter egg, and the kid's smashing it with a hammer. It's a beautiful, non-violent, beautiful cartoons like we grew up with. That's what I like. That's what I want to hear. Let's see. Gear Boys saw Bon Jovi as an opener on the 7800 Degrees tour. Let's see, who is headlining then? Slippery When Wet. You saw him headlining Slippery. Yeah, you know what? Here's the thing. The first two Bon Jovi albums are really underrated, and I'm surprised they didn't sell more after Slippery, like people going back and getting their previous albums once they got Slippery, because I've done that,
Yeah, but those records didn't have the tunes that Slippery had.
They were good. I mean, they weren't as good as Slippery.
There was no Desmond Child on those. Desmond Child is the key to their success.
Absolutely. No, look,
I lived in Desmond's house. I saw all the records on his walls. I saw all the awards that he had from Bon Jovi. Not just Bon Jovi, like a lot of Cooper,
sure.
Hanson. He had just the Hanson song. Weird. No,
look, he's a legendary producer, for the 80s music. Absolutely. My question is, I know a lot of bands that I found, oh, hey, here's their latest record. What else did they have? And I've gone backwards and bought their back catalog. I'm surprised more people didn't buy Bon Jovi's first and second albums that way, even though they're not quite as good as Slippery, because Slippery is just like an explosion of hits. But 7800 Degrees, I love some of those songs.
I do too. I think King of the Mountain. I think Silent Night is one of the best songs Bon Jovi's ever written.
That was a big video hit for Christmas. Silent Night. And then Tokyo Road was great, and Only Lonely was great. I mean, that album had a lot of good stuff on it. If you're a Bon Jovi fan and you didn't go backwards to check out those first two, you probably should. I highly recommend them.
Yeah, those first two records are the only problem is he has a tendency to use the lyric "shot through the heart" on every album. Tends to be a little bit of a crutch.
That first one had a song called "Shot Through the Heart," and then Slippery had, "Give Love a Bad Name" had that as a lyric. Was it also on 7800 somewhere too?
Yeah.
What was? Do you remember the song?
I forget the name of the song, but he uses "Shot Through the Heart" in like 5-6 different songs. It's a lot. Yeah.
He's like, at some point this lyric's going to catch on. I'm going to throw it in one of these songs. It's going to catch on. Someone's going to like that line a lot. Yeah, it's like Dio using rainbows, every Dio album somewhere has a reference to rainbows, Dio,
I used to love that. People would complain about Stryper singing about Jesus. They're like, Jesus isn't real. I'm like, Dio sings about dragons.
I mean, look, it's hard because for me, Stryper comes off as preachy as to where, and I've said this before, as to where Holy Soldier doesn't, to me. But again, it's a matter of personal taste. Look, the fact is Stryper is the biggest Christian metal band out there. So if you either like Christian metal or you just like them as a band and just don't really care what the lyrics are about, Stryper's your guys. I mean, that's the success story out of them. But for me, take the lyrics out of Stryper. All right. Mm-hmm.
If it was about anything other than that, think about the song structure, the way the songs are composed, are arranged and composed, the production values, how heavy those guitars and drums are, and the massive harmonies in the record. So if you take all the lyrics out, just the words, the story behind the lyrics, and you take the lyrical phrasing All right.
Mhm.
The song construction, the arrangement of the music, the sounds created by the instruments, the technical acumen of the players involved. It's a phenomenal band if you just take the words out. If you changed any of the words around, but you use the same meter, the same key, the same pitch, and the same harmonies in the structure of the hooks, they're great songs. So that's why I love the band so much, because it doesn't matter what they're singing about. And don't get me wrong, I like I'm a wordsmith. I love
Sure.
well-crafted lyrics.
Same
But
here.
take the lyrics out and just listen to the song, hear the harmonies, the melodies, the structure, and the audio quality of the production and the technical acumen of the band. They are a phenomenal band.
I want to agree with you. I just, none of those songs have hit me as anything that I just am like snapping my fingers to.
Wow.
And
That's surprising.
I know, right? And look, I give them that they have their talent, something about them, and it's not really the lyrics. Something about them just isn't catching on for me musically. And I say it's not the lyrics because, I'm not going for Christian metal when I listen to Holy Soldier, but Holy Soldier, I find them, to me anyway, just to my individual tastes, I just find them a better band melodically. I like their songs. They're catchy to me. And I try with Christian metal because I'm not, into the religious Christianity stuff, but I try to look at it the same way I look at when I get like a Loudness CD and import where they're singing all of the lyrics in Japanese. I'm just enjoying the song and I don't know what it's about, but because I don't speak Japanese, but I hear it and I enjoy the song,
Yeah, I think that there's some amazing guitar phrasing and harmonies and well constructed songs in Stryper's music. And I happen to be completely non-religious. I'm not. I wouldn't say I'm an atheist. I wouldn't say I subscribe to any doctrine. I would say I'm agnostic. Whatever you want to believe is your thing, and that's great. And if it works for you, more power to you. So to me, there's no message in the lyrics. To me, them singing about Jesus it could be them singing about Johnny being a schoolboy when he heard his first Beatles song. I don't hear, you know what I mean? Jesus is Johnny to me. Jesus is,
Right.
the theoretical you. Whomever that person is, the person who's in Turbo Lover could be Jesus. It doesn't matter to me. But those songs, man, and the harmonies, there are very few bands with the vocal capabilities of Stryper.
Laguna Palms band opened for Holy Soldier on St. Patrick's Day in '89. That's very cool.
That's awesome, man.
That's
And hey,
very
Bo Bolware, can you hear me? If you can hear me right now, you're live with us.
And
Oh,
thank
is he
you,
on?
Craven Soda.
He's on Facebook, but he doesn't know if he's in time with us.
Oh, okay.
And thank you, Craven Soda. Blue Rhino loves you long time too. And me loves Sandra Picorni long time. Let's see. Yostinator, Soldiers Under God's Command, and To Hell with the Devil kicks ass. Look, I mean, they're popular albums, and that's hard for a Christian metal band to break through the way that that Stryper did, into the mainstream. I give them their due. For me, just musically, something's not catching on. Honestly was okay to me, but I know it was a huge hit for them,
Yeah, I mean, to me, I think they're better than they'll ever be given credit for. They've written some amazing shit, but nobody cares because they're a Christian band.
Right.
You know what I mean?
No,
And they're never going to get, just
mainstream.
like Kiss. Like Kiss, here's a great example. Let's go back to Kiss because we love the band so much. I had them on shuffle the other night. For a nominal fee. I had them on shuffle the other night, and an album track came on from Dynasty that most people don't even know, called
Which
Hard
one?
Times. Hard Times.
Okay.
And if you go back and listen to that song, the way it's written, the music, the guitar, it's simple. Don't get me wrong. Kiss they're not virtuosos. That said, some of the bass lines that Gene Simmons lays down on those songs are fucking excellent. But that song is simple. The riffs are simple. It's sing along. And then you listen to the lyrics, you go, Jesus, this is actually pretty clever. It's a pretty clever song. And then there's a melodic breakdown before the guitar solo, like a little melodic breakdown. And I sit back and I go, these guys have to suffer the indignity of serving two masters. And that is, they set out to become the greatest live band, the greatest live spectacle of all time. And at some point, because they set out to do that, nobody paid attention to their musical output. Paul Stanley, there was a couple of songs that I heard where Paul Stanley's range is supreme. He goes from, these mid-level range to a very high range. Now, is it a falsetto? Yeah, sometimes it's a falsetto, but it's in key.
So it's Michael Jackson.
Right, yeah. It's in key, and it's really well sung, and it's really powerful. And he goes from there right back into his mid-range, into his head voice. And he is a better vocalist than he's been given credit for, especially if you want to hear an outstanding vocal performance from Paul Stanley, which is something you don't hear people say very often because he doesn't get credit as a singer. Listen to the Kiss Unplugged version of "I Still Love You."
Oh, I love that song. I love that.
Now, I don't like that song. I like that performance of that song.
It's an amazing performance. That's one that just grabs you right in the feels.
Oh my God.
He's pouring his heart into that performance.
He hits the note of any band's career at the end of that song. And coming out of the solo, going into the final refrain, the final hook of that song. It is a note that every vocalist on the face of the earth dreams of being caught on tape. And he did it live in front of that audience. Now, I don't know how many times they tried the song or how many times, but that take, whatever it was live. There's no auto-tune. There was no effect on it. It was just his voice, a microphone, and a crowd. And holy fuck, it is chill-inducing. And if you can get something like that,
Yeah, I don't think they did more than one performance on that show. I think they were doing, just really on that night.
Depending on the editing, let's face it, the version we see of Unplugged on the Kisstory DVDs is the full show, including the bullshit that they did between sets, set takes and stuff. The edited version that we saw on MTV is like 75% of that show. We don't see the whole show. So that said, is it possible that they cut the cameras, did a set change, did several different, some bands do several takes, and the one that makes it to tape is the one that makes it to tape.
I mean, look, a lot of people don't know this, but, a lot of people do. Kiss Alive and Alive 2, I mean, these were cobbled together performances. They're not, hey, let's just turn the mic on and we'll do the Madison Square Garden show and just catch it all live. It's not that. They did a lot of, let's take a song from this, let's take the audience noise from this one, and let's
every live album all
is
together. Like that. Every live album is like that. Every band, very few bands actually record truly live. That's why bootlegs are so highly sought after.
They do now. They do now. Back in the days, they didn't.
Well, you know why they do now? Because they have artificial vocal enhancement that they can use to make sure that they're in key.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Plus, everybody's out there bootlegging the show anyway. So if they're going to put something out, it has to sound real. Otherwise, people will know right away, these guys aren't real. Because YouTube proves it.
Yeah.
Right,
and Gear Boy brings up, I worshipped at the altar of Kiss Alive. Look, man, that album blew all of us away.
Sure.
And even though, now we know more about how they put it together. Mm-hmm. I mean, the fact is, that's one of the greatest live albums ever made. It's incredible. It's phenomenal. Yeah. It's legendary. So yeah, and they did, they knew it. They're like, let's do a live 2, let's do a live 3, let's, they caught on to that. But if you want a great live record, I mean, that's cream of the crop. However they made it, cream of the crop.
Donald Sabo, Kiss wore makeup up through 1983. So it's impossible that you saw them in their last show with makeup in 79. You might have seen the original lineup.
I was about to say he probably means with Ace.
Or with Ace and Peter.
Yeah,
yeah. With the original, maybe the original lineup. I like when people
Ace went first. Ace went first and then was replaced by Vinnie. But on the album cover of Creatures of the Night, he had two versions. You had one that had Ace on it.
That's not true. Peter went first, replaced by Eric Carr.
Oh, I'm sorry. You're right. You're right.
Yeah. Yeah. Peter went first, replaced
right.
by Eric Carr.
You're right. My bad.
And then yeah, no, but point being, what he was saying, I'm hoping if I'm assuming correctly, he meant he saw the original lineups last show in '79, because in 1980, that's when Peter sort of started to flake out and wasn't really on records, and Eric Carr slipped in after that.
And yes, Amanda, we did miss you. We are very happy that you've joined us tonight. Thank you.
CK, did Vinnie Vincent save Kiss? Yeah, he did.
He did. He absolutely did.
No, he's for all the things that we can shit on Vinnie for, and there are a multitude.
And we do. And
there are a multitude. Vinnie Vincent is a superior songwriter. He wrote great songs for Kiss.
Keep in mind, you have to realize something about Kiss. Kiss were on a massive decline. You already lost 2 members of a band that's specifically very, very inclusive of how important each member is.
It was deliberate. Gene Simmons once said there are going to be 2 bands on the face of the earth where everybody can name every member of the band simply by seeing a picture. Those were the Beatles and Kiss. And he was right.
He's absolutely
right. They were done specifically. Everybody's face was supposed to be immediately identifiable. And it was also mandated that everybody in the band was to sing lead vocals, just like the Beatles. That was a requirement.
Each one had a solo album.
Right.
And again, that superhero makeup identity. There they are. Those are the original members of Kiss.
So there's a
platoon.
Rest in peace, Wilford Brimley. Well done, Cobra Kai.
No, absolutely. Vinnie Vincent absolutely saved Kiss. In fact, Vinnie Vincent saved Kiss before he became a member of Kiss, because he wrote some songs on Creatures of the Night. And I believe he started writing with them when they did, what's that awful record? Killers. So I think V. Cusano, which is Vinnie Vincent's given name, I think if you look back, you'll see that before Vinnie Vincent was an actual member of Kiss, he was a contributing songwriter for the band, I think 1 or 2 albums before he actually joined the band. No doubt about it.
Yeah, and keep in mind, you already had, I was starting to say, you already had 2 members of a band that was very member-centric gone, and you already had their faithful fans, a lot of them dropping off because their next big hit was a disco song, which I still consider it a great song.
It's a great fucking song.
I was made for loving you. I love that song.
That's a Desmond Child.
Yeah.
There it is.
A lot of great bands did disco. The Rolling Stones' Miss You is a disco song, and it's outstanding. It's a great song. Disco is such a bad word. Disco was awesome if it's done correctly. The Bee Gees are outstanding. You could argue it, but you'd be wrong. They're fucking awesome.
Watch the documentary on them.
Yeah, the Bee Gees are awesome. Disco, when done correctly, was outstanding.
Desmond Child and I used to jog past Barry Gibbs' mansion.
Let me get that.
Oh, you got that name that Johnny dropped? Thank you, Paul.
In Miami Beach. He pointed out, he's like, that's his house. Yeah.
You know what's really funny? There's who was it? Barry Gibb? Whose house was it? Johnny?
I think Barry Gibb.
Barry Gibb. Barry's like on his patio sunning himself, and he just hears, "Hey, Barry! Oh, fuck, it's that Beane guy again. I better call the police." Desmond, Barry's out. Go away. Leave me alone. I don't even know you.
Barry's.
I don't even know you, but you can invite me in. I know Desmond Child. I know him. Desmond's walking away. Leave him alone, Johnny. Just leave him alone. Yeah. No, but here's the thing. So you had already Kiss with a big hit of a disco hit. So all the people listening to it were really not their audience. Some of them were, a lot of them were not, but they weren't Kiss fans.
They also did another great disco song on that record called Sure Knows Something.
I didn't even put that together.
Sure Knows Something is a fantastic disco song.
I got to listen to that again.
Oh, yeah.
Same album?
Yeah.
I got to listen to that again.
Yeah, Sure Knows Something is a great song.
So here you have going back on this. Here you have Kiss. So now their fans are dropping off a bit. You're in a different genre of music. People are calling them a sellout. Then you have people saying, well, we missed the original members. They'll never be the same, blah, blah, blah. And then to compound things a little further, you know, and that they needed a hit, which Creatures of the Night provided, a hardcore rock and roll record.
Creatures of the Night is arguably the most underrated Kiss record. It is a
absolutely
monster record. Maybe their
and
heaviest album up until you get to Revenge. It's their heaviest. It might be their second heaviest record overall. I don't really want to count Carnival of Souls, but those are the three heaviest Kiss records: Carnival of Souls, Revenge, and Creatures of the Night. That's undoubtable.
And there you were with Vinnie Vincent making that what it was. But then you had one small factor, or large factor, I should say, coming a little later. They dropped the makeup. So now you have a band that made themselves as these visual superheroes and all this, the makeup and the gimmicks and the showmanship and the costumes and all the effects and everything. And now you're saying, oh my God, how are they going to get away with this? Enter Vinnie Vincent with Lick It Up, one of their biggest hits of the time, coming and introducing them into the 80s hair band era with, the costumes and the hair, and Paul's now kind of a sex symbol and whatever. But without Vinnie, that would not have worked. Vinnie did save Kiss. You got to give him credit.
Oh yeah, no doubt about it. Now the question that just came in from Taylor, 315, who's the best guitar player for Kiss? I vote Kulick.
Absolutely, Bruce Kulick.
I'm gonna say Ace Frehley only because he wrote the riffs that matter to me. He's maybe not the most technically superior guitar player, but he's the best guitar player. That Kiss
Ace
ever
is
had.
the one that influenced all those kids to pick up the guitar before Eddie came along.
Yeah, he's not the most technically superior guitar player, but he wrote the most amazing riffs, and his vibrato, his bend vibrato. Ace Frehley to me is the best guitar player that Kiss. Now, the most technically proficient guitar player Kiss ever had was Mark St. John, but he didn't live and he didn't last long enough. But he was a shredder of the highest order.
He was great. I still give it to Bruce on best. Here's the thing. When you say best, the best player, the most melodic, the best writer, probably, I'm going to say Bruce. As far as the most influential, the original, the one that everyone, had the bar to match up to, that I've got to give it to Ace. But
Ace wrote the best riffs. He wrote the better songs.
It's more than just the songs with Ace. It's also the image. He was part of that early magic that made Kiss the Beatles of their generation, basically.
Here's the thing with Ace Frehley. Ace Frehley is the David Lee Roth of Kiss. Everything that happened after Ace Frehley has been compared to Ace Frehley, and that makes Ace Frehley the best. Don't get me wrong. The other guy, Bruce Kulick, is a phenomenal guitar player. I love him, and he's probably the most well-rounded, the most gifted as a songwriter. He probably has the greatest balance of skills. Bruce and Bob Kulick are two of the most underrated musicians in rock of their time. They're like Steve Lukather good. That's how good they are as players. That said, best versus most technically. Look, Yngwie Malmsteen is one of the most technically superior guitar players on the earth. He's not the best. He's nowhere close to the best.
Agreed there.
To me, it's Ace and everyone else.
Best
and again,
is what you like.
And he's
best
the guy
is different to everybody.
Probably, yeah. But Kiss 1973 to 1980, those are the years. And don't get me wrong, Kiss, a lot like Aerosmith, had a second career. A lot like Van Halen had a second career. Yes, but that's the thing. When Ace was in the band, he may not have played all the stuff on the records, Dick Wagner, but he was the guy. He's the guy that wrote those songs and those riffs. And when you hear Ace Frehley's guitar playing, you immediately recognize it. He's singular.
Very stylistic. Very stylistic.
Yeah, I think he's the best. For me, he's the best.
I mean, if you ask me which, it's hard because I have an equal amount of, I have to say I have probably more Kiss songs that I like that Ace played on it. But I think at their weakest point, or one of their weakest points, I think Bruce brought them up to a level with something like Crazy Nights and Revenge and, the songs off of those albums and Hot in the Shade. I just think he really brought them to another level in a time that wasn't really their time.
Oh no, that's the point. That's a great point. And I was going to say this: Kiss without makeup was just another decent hair band. They weren't a legendary band.
Right.
Nothing Kiss
agree.
did without the makeup was legendary. It was good, and they were still, for the most part, for at least from '84 through '88 or so, they were headlining hockey arenas, but to diminishing returns. Revenge was an amazing comeback record for them.
Really strong.
And then of course, even they recognized, you know what, we need to reunite. So in '98 they reunite. But
96.
Kiss, yeah.
I was there. I saw them in Irvine.
I think it was 95, actually. 94, 95.
That's when they did the Unplugged show. Well, everything was in motion in '94 because Ace and Peter went out on tour together as the Bad Boys of Rock, and that was a litmus test to see if those guys could actually go out on the road and keep their shit together. That was financed by Doc McGee and the guys in Kiss, and that whole thing was a test. You want to get back in the band? Prove that you deserve to be back in the band. And they went out on tour together as a double bill and jammed a couple times together, and that was literally trying to those guys get their shit together. My point being, with Ace and Peter, Kiss are a legendary band. Just like with Dave and Michael, Van Halen are a legendary band. Great band with Sam. Great band with Sam. Good band with Gary. Great band with Sammy. Legendary band with Dave. Same thing with Kiss. Good band with Vinnie. Great band with Bruce. Legendary band with Ace.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, and that's the thing with it. Go back and I, again, bringing back to what I was saying earlier, go back and grab some of those early Kiss records, the Rock and Roll Overs, the Hotter Than Hells, and listen to some of the riffs and some of the song construction. And I think you will be pleasantly surprised at how good they're AC/DC good. Those riffs are AC/DC good. Some of that shit like Making Love and Ladies Room, those are fantastic songs. And I don't think we ever paid attention to Plaster Caster or Almost Human or Baby Driver or Hooligan or, Got Love for Sale. We didn't pay attention to those songs as close as we should have musically because we were spending so much time looking at that spectacle on stage. And it's very difficult to be a band to serve two masters. And that ends my sermon.
See, it's a good sermon, man. It makes a lot of sense. I love, and I've said this before, I don't do this with every band. I play the album all the way through with old Kiss albums. And I do that also with AC/DC. I do that with Black Sabbath. Yeah. I don't do that with, I don't know, some other 80s bands, some of the hair bands. I'll just basically say, all right, what track do I want to hear, from Danger Danger? What do I want to hear? I want to hear Naughty Naughty. I want to hear Bang Bang. And I want to hear Boys Will Be Boys. So I'll program those three, and that's what I want to hear tonight. Kiss, I'll just kind of put the disc in and just let it ride. Because I like a lot of their B-sides.
Here's what I love about the band. And again, I think this is why we make fun of them so much, because I think secretly we're both massive. I don't think not secretly. I think we're both massive.
You and I are extremely big fans.
The interesting thing about Kiss is not only are there four distinct voices, four distinct singers.
John DL.
What did you say? I missed it.
A reading from the Book of Paul, which has many ways.
But the thing is, with Kiss, not only are they four distinct voices, and somebody pointed out they thought that Gene Simmons was the best singer in Kiss. Gene Simmons is a much better singer than we ever give him credit for. Again, that's the thing. Go back and listen to that band, and you'll be like, in one record, you hear the rasp and power of Rod Stewart in Baby Driver or Mr. Speed. You hear the melody of Lennon and McCartney in Going Blind. You hear the growl of James Hetfield in God of Thunder. Like, you hear, there's so much going on. You hear some Robert Plant in Paul Stanley. You hear all of these amazing influences on that band in one record. And then you hear the riffs of Angus Young. And you have to go into it with an open mind. I get away from that band, and I got away from them for like 25 years. I just didn't listen to them. I was like, all right, I'm over Kiss. I'm all done with it. Then I put them on shuffle one night, and I just sat back and listened in the dark. Didn't have any television on, nothing bothering me, and just listened to the band. And I went, holy shit, these guys are good. and it reminded me of why I love music in the first place. I was immediately transported back to being 9 years old, and they were my first favorite band. They were my first favorite band. They were my first favorite band, and I go back to it. Every time I go back to it, I go, yup, still love this band. Still love it. So there's something, as we shit on Lost Boys earlier tonight. You should
one
go,
of us did.
Yeah, if you go
I didn't.
and grab Kiss's catalog, even the bad Kiss songs, although I would tell you Torpedo Girl is still a piece of dog shit. All you have to do is hear Torpedo Girl and go, why? But if you
can't
go back
all be winners.
But if you listen to stuff like I Stole Your Love and Making Love and Ladies Room and I Want You, I mean, I Want You, the riffs in I Want You are super heavy. Lyrically, I Want You, baby, want you. All right, that's kind of stupid. But
well, room service
room service is hilarious.
It's funny, but it's like
a hilarious song.
But you have to just enjoy the cheesy lyrics. You can't look at it as, a serious song like Beth or something, where he's like pouring his heart out to his wife. Room service is, I need a meal. It's just funny.
It's hilarious.
Tongue in cheek,
you go back and you listen to those songs, and again, like I said, I Want You, go and listen to the riff of I Want You. Go and listen to, and I reference this to Caleb on Saturday night because he's not a Kiss fan. Go and listen to the live version of Watching You from the Cow Palace in '75. It's the one that's on History. It's also captured on Alive, the first Alive record. Listen to, there are at least 4 Led Zeppelin, Aerosmith, AC/DC level riffs in that song. And the way that song is constructed and where it goes from A to B to C to D is magnificent. It is so well done. And nobody was paying attention at the time because they saw the fire and they saw the explosions and the blood and the spitting fire and the smoking guitar. And I just think the music is so much better. Yeah, I mean, the production values weren't great, but they were no different. Look, Dress to Kill sounds sterile to David Shea Gomery, and I agree. This production is not great, but the riffs and the songs are fantastic. A lot of those mid-'70s records sounded like shit. The Ted Nugent records sound like shit. The Aerosmith records sound like shit.
Yeah.
They're just so dry and bleh.
They're just there's no life. There's no life in those mixes.
Yeah, they're just flat.
They're really flat recording.
They're completely flat recorded. The first Aerosmith record, now we look back on it and go, oh my God, that sounds so raw. Bullshit. It was flat and it was unpolished and it didn't have any vibe to it. The songs are what make it sound raw. The production is what makes it, is what kept them from being bigger than they finally became on Toys in the Attic. If the production on Toys in the Attic or Rocks was on the first 3 Aerosmith records, they would have been massive right out of the gate.
But even Toys in the Attic, which is a personal favorite Aerosmith of mine, even that album, it still sounds flat compared to like Pump or something,
Right. Yeah. Yeah,
or Permanent Vacation. I think Permanent Vacation, obviously, that was where all the the hit videos and stuff started coming out between
Desmond
that
Child.
and Pump.
Dude looks like a lady angel. Those are all Desmond.
Yeah.
Anal?
No.
Oh yeah. Well, no, with Desmond Child anal. What are you talking about, Johnny? When I used to live at Desmond Child's house,
you never know who's watching this, John.
No.
By the way, Johnny Beane was Desmond Child's Kato Kalin.
Absolutely.
I'll tell you guys.
Make no mistake, we love Desmond Child. He's a legend. Absolutely. That doesn't mean I'm not gonna make fun of what you said.
Well, I mean, you never know who's watching this stuff, and
my mom.
Well,
oh, anal. Here we go again. Not since my honeymoon night.
Donald Sabo, Eddie said that Jimmy Page was a sloppy player live. Eddie was right. Jimmy Page was a sloppy player live. In fact, he was even a sloppy player on tape every once in a while. If you listen to the solo in Heartbreaker, it sounds like he threw the guitar down a flight of steps. It's a nightmare, but it's awesome.
He did a lot of those, actually.
But it's awesome, and whatever. I mean, sloppy live. Keith Richards is sloppy all the time.
So is Ace.
So is Ace. Yeah, sloppy doesn't necessarily mean bad.
Yeah,
Eddie was sloppy sometimes.
You don't have to be Steve Vai to be amazing.
I mean, I'll point it out because Johnny wants to. There's a mistake at the top of Eruption. They left it on tape.
Sounds good.
You don't have to be perfect. You just have to capture a vibe.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's rock and roll is a vibe.
Yep.
That's exactly what it is.
Yep.
Yeah, totally.
Yep. You want technically proficient? Listen to classical.
And not Yngwie.
Yeah, and Jimmy Page, we can assail him all we want. Led Zeppelin are the measuring stick. Every hard rock band since then has been measured against them, which makes them the best. And their catalog is unassailable as well.
Bands like Zeppelin and Pink Floyd. I mean, you can't argue with those, those followings. No,
I mean, Zeppelin. You listen to something like Achilles' Last Stand. That's Led Zeppelin doing prog rock, and it's phenomenal. When they were good, they were good.
When they were great, they were great.
Yeah, and when they were sloppy, they were awful.
Mary passed out from an orgasm. What I missed. We were talking about anal. By the way, that's why Mary is in that wheelchair. It's not a matter she can't walk. It's she can't walk when I'm done with her.
Jesus. Hi, Ellie.
This isn't Tech Moron Tuesday. This is Fist My Fudge Friday.
That is disgusting.
Speaking of fisting, Bang energy drink.
I was waiting for that. We haven't had a Bang energy all night.
Yeah, delicious. Well, I was waiting for the anal plug.
There you go.
Delicious Bang energy drink. When you're tired from a hard night of anal sex, Bang energy drink, delicious, refreshing, and gets you ready for round 2 with crazy energy. Delicious.
By the way, question from the chat. I forget who it was who asked. It was a while ago, and we were in the middle of a soliloquy when it happened. If I'd ever seen ELO live, never saw ELO live. Their heyday was before me. I'm not old enough to have seen them in their prime. They split up when I was 12 or 13, and I haven't seen the new ELO, which to me is not ELO. It's Jeff Lynne and a bunch of very talented musicians. But ELO was that band that put out those records in the 70s. And those are phenomenal records as well. A little bit of Queen, a little bit of Beatles, perfectly done, a little bit of strings, a little bit of... ELO is a uniquely singular band. And again, another band, if you go back and listen to their catalog, is very, very well done.
Who else was in that band? Because I thought Jeff Lynne was ELO.
No, well, there was a guy named Bev Bevan, Bev Bevan was the drummer, who went on to play in Black Sabbath briefly. Richard Tandy, Kelly Grucut was the bass player. He was the sort of the Paul to Jeff Lynne's John, or vice versa, the way you want to work it. They looked very similar, and they harmonized very well together. It was Richard Tandy, Bev Bevan, Kelly Grucut, Jeff Lynne, and I'm missing somebody. There's one other guy, but Jeff Lynne is a supreme talent.
John Biel was the missing member?
John Biel was a missing member. They were a great band, and I think don't get the credit that they deserve, because they really were. There was a lot of there was a knockoff from the Beatles. There was a lot of Beatles stuff going on there. People don't know Jeff Lynne was in a band called The Move, which is sort of like an early prog glam band, with Roy Wood from Wizard, and they were the guys that did the original "Do Ya" that Ace Frehley covered on one of his Origins records. No, it was on. It might be on Trouble Walking. I forget, but "Do Ya" is an old Move song that had been re-recorded by ELO and then has been re-recorded by Ace Frehley. I'm going to look up the guys in the band.
While you do that, I just want to give a quick shout out to my buddy Michael and my buddy Michael Mansfield and his wife Kat. Just want to give a shout out and thanks for listening. Miss you guys too, and love you guys.
Okay,
good friends of mine.
The classic lineup of ELO: Jeff Lynne, Bev Bevan, Richard Tandy, Mick Kaminsky, and Kelly Grucut. Those were the guys that were in the version of the band that wrote, the Out of the Blue record and the New World record and the Discovery record. Not Discovery. Yeah, I think it's Discovery.
Nice.
John Bale, is that any of that true?
John Bale's like, By the way, tomorrow is Metal Wednesdays with Jay Hannon of Gizmochi, the great Jay Hannon, and Boner Jams. So if you like hardcore metal, tune in tomorrow and check that out. Bone Alone. Metal Wednesdays tomorrow.
Glad you reminded me.
Wayno asked what live song you're supposed to listen to.
Johnny, will you be there too?
Watching you.
Yeah,
Wayno.
I wasn't going to be here tomorrow, but now that he reminded me, yes, I'll be here.
Johnny will also be here. Johnny's got lights to hawk. Johnny's gotta hawk those lights. There we go. And there's new Johnny Beane t-shirts. I noticed that. You know what I noticed, Paul, is that we're not on them.
No, of course not. Why wouldn't we be?
I noticed. Johnny, you have an image of them? Let's see. I bet it's beautiful Cobra Kai artwork. Yep, beautiful Cobra Kai artwork.
David Shea Gomery, there was a question as to whether or not that XYZ project was going to be released prior to the death of Chris Squire. I don't know that we're ever going to see it. XYZ was supposed to be ex-members of Yes and Led Zeppelin. That was supposed to happen. They had actually recorded some stuff in the studio, and allegedly were going to put out an album, and it never happened. That
would have been great, huh?
Yeah.
That's some really neat collab.
Mm-hmm.
Speaking of bands getting back together, let's go through a couple of them that we've touched on over the last few months.
Touched on or predicted was going to happen, and it turns out we were right.
Both.
Turns out we were right.
Let's start with RATT, who Stephen Piercy has confirmed that he has put the olive branch out to Bobby Blotzer, who probably grabbed it like a woman in prison grabbing for a cock, because such desperation. What's Bobby Blotzer doing right now other than sitting at home waiting by the phone for anyone to call him? Suddenly Piercy calls, "Hey, listen, I'm thinking about a RATT reunion. Why don't we see if we could get together? Because I won't write songs without you guys, and just let me know." Okay, yeah, no, Stephen, please, okay, anything. I'll suck your dick, man. I'll do it for food, please. Yeah. So there you go. So I pray to God Killian's first words are not from this show. Oh. Wouldn't it be funny if Jay's like, all right, I'm putting my foot down. No more Tuesdays for the kids, just Metal Wednesdays. And Killian's first words, boner jams. No. This is the preschool calling, Mr. and Mrs. Hannon. We'd like to discuss your child's language. He keeps crying out boner jam. Do you have any idea what that means?
What does that mean?
I don't know what it means, but sir, I think you should come in and get your child.
It's the name of one of our dogs.
Well, it's a dear friend of ours named Boner, you see. And where's the jam come from? Yeah. So, Bobby Blotzer was first word, meh. That's great. Come on, eat your strained carrots. Meh. What do you think of these strained peaches? Meh.
Oh, there it is.
Meh. He's got to be teaching all his friends that word. Ellie, come on, eat your Happy Meal. No.
All right, well, here's the thing.
Oh my gosh.
Johnny now has found a new sound effect to play with, and B now has a case of the giggles. The show is over.
Oh my gosh.
Oh, great. That's
you
great.
know what this is? That reminds me of. Do you remember the Groucho Marx? Who was the one that didn't what was his name? The wig Harpo. He had the little doll
Harpo.
where the doctors like say and he found he didn't talk, so they handed him this doll that went. Do you remember that one?
Mm-hmm.
All
That's
I
where they
remember
got
was
that.
the exam. Cough.
By the way, for the fun fact for everybody, Harpo,
no.
Harpo Marx, Adolf.
Oh, dressed as Adolf?
No, that was his name.
Oh, really?
Oh yeah, you didn't know that?
That's
Adolf.
kind of, no, I
It was
did,
a,
I
it was
did
a
not know
popular
that one.
name back then.
Yes, it was a very popular name back then.
Isn't that great?
Adolf, it was Americanized to Arthur because at the time Adolf was probably not going to be beneficial to him. And keep in mind, remember the fact that the Marx Brothers, a lot like the Three Stooges, were openly Jewish comedians making fun of the German Reich. So that was the beauty of what they were doing. But the idea that Adolf Marx was probably,
a double whammy. Think about that.
Yeah.
It's what's your middle name? Hirohito.
Yeah. Adolf Mussolini Hirohito Marx.
My mother's maiden name is Tojo.
Yeah. Adolf.
And if you don't get these jokes, you really need to Google history, guys.
History.
Yeah.
These are funny fucking jokes.
Yeah, we may play stupid on TV, but we're educated guys here. So
Thank you, John B.O.
There's Adolf Marx.
That's him holding that doll.
Yeah,
that's where that came from. Thank you.
Show me on the doll where you were touched.
And by the way, that doll and that whole idea, to give you the idea of the impact of the Marx Brothers and how important the Marx Brothers were in the history of comedy. If you watch Trailer Park Boys, Conky.
Yeah, look what it says right there. Yeah.
Conky. Yeah. There you go. See? You think I made it up? I think I was just going for shock value?
Yeah. By the way, and if you don't know, Betty White's original name. Oh my God.
Oh my gosh.
That's great. And for those that
the Marx Brothers were awesome.
So is Amanda Coombs, who we're happy to have back today. No relation to the Marx Brothers or the Reich. So
I've got the Marx Brothers DVD collection. Yeah.
Can you name all 5 Marx Brothers? I just gave you a clue that there are 5.
No, I couldn't.
All right, let's see. There's Groucho, Harpo, Chico.
Yes, Chico, but Chico.
Chico. Bancho and Dildo.
No. You got
Dildo
Groucho?
Marx. That's not the okay.
Dildo Marx. That'd be funny though. Now we're back to your mom. Sorry. Dildo Marx all over my.
You know what's really funny? My mom's working herself with a dildo right now, probably watching it, and all of a sudden wondering if her computer camera turned on. She's probably like, wait, can they see me?
No.
John?
There was Joe, Harpo, Chico, Zeppo.
Oh, Zeppo. Okay.
Zeppo was the good-looking one. Remember, he was in all the movies, but he didn't really have much of a
reminds me of this show.
And then Gummo.
Gummo?
Gummo. Yeah.
Gummo with a D?
No, G. Gummo.
Gummo.
Gummo Marx. Yeah.
Like Cummo.
Yeah. Yes.
Cummo.
And then there was Mitch Malloy, who was almost a Marx brother for a couple of months. but now sings for Great White.
And wasn't there a bass player that was in Steeler? That also was.
I was thinking about that clown today because I was hoping someday he would show up in the chat and just lay into me, and I'd be like, "Dude, look, come
on live.
I'll be honest with you. Yes, you were on the Steeler record. Nobody cares. Mm-hmm. Nobody talks about the Steeler record and goes, with all due respect to Mark Edwards, nobody's saying, you know what the fucking best part of Steeler was? The rhythm section. Nobody gives a shit. That's like being Paul Taylor in Winger.
Oh, poor Paul. And you know what's funny? You're right, because he really did get like the worst out of being in Winger.
Yeah.
Think about that.
First of all, you're in Winger, so you're gonna get shit on anyway. By the way, I love Winger. You love Winger. Johnny's never listened to Winger.
I met them.
Oh,
okay, yeah. So Winger Winger gets the shit end of the stick because of obviously Beavis and Butthead and Kip's amazing teeth, and we've gone over that ad nauseum.
Metallica.
But now, not only are you in Winger and you're already getting kicked in the nuts, you're the guy in Winger nobody can name.
Which is kind of a mixed blessing. You know, I hate that fucking Kip Winger. And yet Kip has, you know, the money and the looks and the girls. And, you know, you're not getting that. You're like, I hate all those guys in Winger. And it's like, you know, he's walking through a crowd of girls. They're like, hey, is the band coming out soon? And he's like, oh.
Yeah, you're like, God, that Kip Winger, man, he doesn't even play his bass, and he's fucking beautiful. He looks like a more attractive Nancy McKeon. He's really, really pretty. And then you go, and Jesus, Rep Beach, he's such a good guitar player. He's too good to ever be in Winger. And Rod Morgenstern, he was in the Dixie Dregs, for Christ's sake. That guy has musical credibility. And a
guy. There was another guy in there.
The guy who's less known than Jeff LaBar.
That's like the roadie, right? Oh no, there's a fourth member, right? There's a fourth guy in there.
So yes, Renus Pinkel, he did play keyboards, but he was
I love that you
the
mentioned
second
Jeff
guitar
LaBar,
player.
by the way.
You like that? Yeah, Jeff LaBar.
Good
Another who?
Good one.
Those are guys that will never. I mean, don't get me wrong. I'm sure if Jeff LaBar was smart and invested well, he's set. He should be set.
Let's put it this way as an example. Vanilla Ice invested his money well, and that guy is rich right now because he didn't like buy stupid things and blow it on drugs and chicks, and you know he invested in real estate and stocks and investments. He was a smart guy. Now he's living the life.
Yeah, but that's the point I was making is you know you got guys who going back to the unnamed bass player. Who are like, yeah, man, I was in Rock's gang. So, so, you know, I spent a good part of the early part of the show shitting on Randy O from Odin. He was in Decline of the Western Civilization Part 2, The Metal Years, which was released 35 something years ago. And we're still talking about him. So he wins. B, he has at least one album on a major label, which is something I've never done, so he wins. And here we are referencing him on our show because we have nothing better to talk about than him. He wins.
Right now, do you think he's at his dinner table going, so what do you guys think of Mancuda, Neanderthal, and
Yes,
Beane?
exactly. Nobody gives a shit. Well, it's one of the jokes we used to do. My buddy Brian and I would do, like, you know, we had a WWTPD, which is what would Ted Poley do? And for whatever reason, and Ted's done nothing wrong. He's done nothing wrong, but for whatever reason, Ted Poley, that name came up, and it just became hashtag Ted Poley. And how do you think Ted Poley feels about this? Or vote Ted Poley. And he's done nothing wrong. It just he happens to have a name that resonated with us that day.
It's a fun name. It's a fun, and Ted's I'm friends with Ted. He's a super nice guy.
I'm sure.
Love Danger, but did you notice on that Ace Frehley tribute, the Vinnie Vincent tribute album, the song Ted Poley instead of Unholy as a parody song?
Oh, that's funny.
Did you hear that version of it?
No.
So for those that don't know, there was a tribute to Vinnie Vincent, both his work in, you know, Kiss and Vinnie Vincent Invasion and whatever. And they did a whole, you know, album of Vinnie Vincent covers. And I forgot who did the actual song, but someone replaced the words for Unholy and wrote a whole song called Ted Poley. Yeah, and they sang it like that, and it mentions like Bruno Ravel and Steve West of Danger, and you know all these Ted Poley and Danger jokes.
That's funny.
And like it just resonates. It's a very singable name. It sticks on. It sticks on.
And it looks well when you write it too. Ted Poley. It just for whatever reason, so it became one of those. By the way, Renus Pinkel. When you said you're about as popular as the bass player in Britney Fox, are you talking about Billy Childs? What the hell was that? What was that noise? Did Johnny just get a text of something?
Yeah, that's somebody on my website from California.
That's Johnny's OnlyFans site. He's not wearing pants, and he's got a camera at crotch level. So, like, while he's doing the show like this, he's kind of swinging it under the desk for the camera, and the lights keep changing on the other side of the room for that. So Johnny's OnlyFans.
Johnny's OnlyFans.
Yeah. CK saying, please discuss third wave heavy metal bands, hair metal bands. We're already on Winger, Rocks Gang, Ted Poley and Danger, Vinnie Vincent. What more could we do? We're right on topic right now.
Yes, no.
And Johnny's penis is just as good as some of those. And we mentioned Odin.
Better.
Your penis is definitely better than Odin. But I did like the Lost Boys.
Odin.
Yeesh. Ugh. Oh boy. that's a no-win situation. Yostinator. Yeah, and there's another band that's a hard one that's to belong to if you want to get recognition. Slaughter. Think about it, because you got Mark Slaughter, who's just a pretty boy and an incredible frontman with an incredible range. You have Tim Kelly, who unfortunately passed away, but very melodic guitar player. Mm-hmm. You have Blas Elias on drums, who's easily the best looking drummer in all of metal. Nothing against Tommy Lee, because he's got that baseball bat between his legs. But and there's another guy in the band. There's another guy in the band.
Well, Blas plays for TSO now.
Yeah, and they're thrilled to have him.
Yeah, he's a hell of a drummer.
Because you got John Oliver's your frontman, and while he's one of the most incredible voices I know, he's not a pretty guy. So you have Blas there, who's like, the girls are just like, oh yeah, you're singing, it's great. Blas, yeah, I mean,
Blas may be one of the best looking guys in the history of hair bands. Blas, Kip Winger.
Sebastian Bach,
Sebastian in his day, Bon Jovi still, those guys have done a fantastic job of being the pinups, and they wonder why people complain that those bands were homoerotic. I mean, you go to see those bands. You go to see those bands because why are you going to see fucking Winger? Because every good-looking girl in the city will be at that show. That's exactly why. That's why I'm going. I'm not looking up to pick up to pick up a 10, but I might be able to pick up 5 2s.
And there were plenty of them there. What's really fun? You would go, and I've said this before on the show, you would go to a Poison concert, and if you couldn't pick up a chick at a Poison concert,
right?
Meanwhile, my friends are like, oh man, I went and saw Anthrax the other day, and they kicked ass. Yeah, I'm sure they did. How many girls were at the show? Yeah. There was an usher and someone that was selling shirts.
Shortest line at a Rush concert, ladies' room.
Yeah, exactly.
Hi, buddy. I know it's almost time to go. I know.
Yeah, not a question there. It's
no. They just turned it into another men's room.
Yeah.
Yeah, no question. No question there.
This asshole.
Oh,
there you go.
Good.
Sorry.
No worries. I'm just
sorry. Just had to beat up my dog.
Allow me to beat you violently. So let's see. So there was RATT. So and by the way, Stephen Piercy has said before, unless it's with Warren DeMartini coming back in, they're not going to do it as RATT, blah, blah, blah. But we said it was up in the air, and Warren was like, well, probably not, but maybe,
What does Warren have to do?
Yeah. Well, you know what it is? He just doesn't want it. He doesn't need the money. He doesn't want to, but the thing about it is, here you had Bobby Blotzer. So there's another brick fall in place. Now you're going to have the two of them go up to Warren, or the three of them now, and go up to Warren, and they're going to say, that maybe you were talking about. So that's
you do. What happens here is eventually that stadium tour gets rescheduled, and it becomes, Motley Crue, Def Leppard, Poison, RATT. Joan Jett gets replaced by RATT. And they do that show, and it is, the Monsters, another Monsters of Rock type tour that sells out stadiums. And that does sell out stadiums because those are arguably, the four biggest bands of that era.
I agree with you, Black Salami, and thank you for your input. Speaking of input, I wish I were up your ass.
And yet you're here every week, Black Salami. Thank you for your viewership, brother.
Yeah, that's the beautiful part about it is,
I don't care what viewers we get as long as they keep coming.
Yep. You can hate the show as long as you watch.
That's all I care about.
Hi, buddy. Go get that ball.
Do you smell ratings, Johnny? I smell ratings. I smell viewership. And leave a thumbs up, please. I appreciate it.
I smell somebody's about to give Johnny money to change the color of a closet.
That Johnny's about to jump out of. No, Johnny's married. Let's go on to our next band that the rumor came true. If you remember, we were talking about also this. We were talking about the possibility that some point someone will offer George Lynch and Don Dokken enough money to reconcile. Lo and behold, boys and girls, they're working on it. We were
right again.
Yeah, there we go. That's 2 for 2 on the show. So there you go. And this is great to hear because realistically, and we've talked about this before too, Don's voice is really not holding up. But you can cover a lot with a great guitar behind you. And I don't think a lot of people are holding up as well as George Lynch is musically. Because that boy still has
changed his style completely, which I think is interesting. He's one of those guys that's been able, a lot like Richie Kotzen, who has been able to, he's good enough. And again, George Lynch, completely unskilled as a guitar player. And I mean that and I want to say that back, uneducated. He's not formally trained as a guitar player, self-taught.
Classically trained, sure.
Yeah. He's self-taught and not traditionally educated as a guitar player, but versatile enough and unique enough to be able to take what he did in the 80s, which was that legato, shredding thing, and change it into a more bluesy phrasing, a little funkier, a little bit different. It's evolved to be a little bit less dated sounding, if you will. And Kotzen has done the same thing. There are certain guys that have been able to redefine themselves as a player and have it work for them. And Lynch is one of those guys that's been able to do it. And hopefully, they get together and make a final studio record. Now, the thing is, it would be Mick Brown's brother on drums.
Right. His brother, Steve? Steve Brown?
No, I forget his name.
I thought it was Steve.
I don't remember.
Mick Brown's brother, because Mick is retired as a drummer.
Yeah. Mick is retired. He's got some skeletal issues in his back, and he just doesn't feel like touring anymore. And touring is a pain in the ass for drummers. No pun intended. So his brother plays with all the guys in Dokken minus Don in a band called The End Machine with Robert Mason, who's one of the great unknown, to the masses, unknown vocalists out there. And they have a band called The End Machine. So they just take the back line of The End Machine, you put Don Dokken up front, and they do one final album / series of shows. I don't think they can do a tour. I don't think Don Dokken is capable of holding up for 50 dates, but they can probably do a dozen dates over 3 months. You know what I mean? And maybe do a Vegas residency, once a month for, 6 months in Vegas.
I mean, remember this. You had the last time Dokken had a reunion like this, that they were paid something crazy like $1 million a show or something like that. It was 7 dates in Japan. Yeah. And that's not a lot, but what a payout. You could get that again. People are clamoring for it. And make no mistake, again, everyone in the chat saying the same thing. Don's voice can't hold up. Yeah, look, Don's
not for a whole tour.
Don's going to count on backing vocals and whatever. And look, I feel bad for the guy. He is a trooper. He's trying. He's, his voice is blown out. And he has, hands that aren't working to do, guitar parts that he sometimes has. So he's suffering, but you know what? I got to give the guy credit. He's going out there. He's going to be a trooper, and he'll need a lot of help. If David Lee Roth can do it, Don Dokken can do it.
Yeah, no. And there's, and give credit to Dave for at least getting vocal lessons, working out, training, trying to get his voice into shape. I don't know if
as good as he can. As good as he can.
I don't know if Dokken is that committed to getting his voice in shape, or if he feels like he's okay. He literally has no power left in his voice because he sang falsetto. And again, this goes back to, we've talked about this before. As a vocalist, I can tell you, once you damage those chords, you either got to get surgery to get them repaired, and then relearn how to sing properly, like a guy like Steven Tyler or Tom Kiefer or Ian Gillan or Joe Elliott had to learn how to do. Axl Rose, those guys all went to therapy and got their stuff fixed and took care of it, because singing falsetto is a finite landscape. You could only do it for so long, because you eventually shred your vocal cords and you lose your upper register.
You develop polyps.
And Don Dokken, that's how he sang. I mean, when you hear him singing Lightning Strikes Again, that last lightning is lightning. It's fucking, he's just doing this to his vocal cords. Just shredding them. Might as well take a cheese grater and put it on your throat.
Oh, no.
No, because reality, it's one thing to get it done in the studio so you have it on record, but on tour, he's not hitting that note. He's not going to try to hit that note.
No, and so you do the occasional show. Do you get some vocal enhancement? Yes, you do. Not unlike what Paul Stanley is using in Soul Station. You get some vocal enhancement. Look, the audience at this point, if an audience goes to a show, they don't look at technical assistance as a negative anymore. They want the show to be a great production. I think things like Blue Man Group and Cirque du Soleil and TSO and some of these stage performances have set the stage for a band like Def Leppard to go out there and sample background vocals. And the only people that want to criticize that are guys like us that came up listening to bands play raw and live. This generation doesn't give a shit. They just want it to sound good, whatever it takes.
Mm-hmm. Or the casual fans that just want to hear the hits.
Right.
Or the better it sounds and the better the production is, the better.
Right. Just like you'll go to see a movie and that the lead actor in the movie isn't doing the stunts, but you still suspend disbelief for that hour and a half. You give them the money and you throw yourself into the experience and you enjoy it. And I think that's what happens with live performances these days.
Experience is the key word there.
It's the experience, and that's fine. That's fine.
And
the only people that will take that apart.
You're still watching Lynch shred, so it's there.
Yeah. So it's one of those things where there's a changing of the guard happening right now, where not unlike when Bob Dylan went electric, and a lot of people went, "Oh my God, it'll never be the same." It took a couple of generations for people to go, "Oh my God, I can't believe anybody would play acoustic." And then somebody whipped out acoustic guitars again. But if you remember, Zeppelin and Yes and all of those bands used to have an acoustic set in the middle of their show. They'd sit down with acoustic guitars and play their acoustic shit and then go back to the electric stuff. It was an intermission, an opportunity for the singer to rest, for everybody to get their wind back, and then do the second part of the show. Well, nowadays, bands come out, they play, they get a little technical assistance, because I would rather hear somebody come out and play for 2 hours and hit most of the notes and have it look good and sound good in a live environment, than see Chris Cornell, when he was with Audioslave, kill it for the first 5 songs of the set, and then the next 7 songs, watch him scream and struggle to hit those notes. For your money, for the money that you're paying to go to a show, the experience needs to be as top-notch as it can be. And if that means that using artificial enhancement, I think people accept that now as a facet of the show.
And Charles Green brings up a great point. Not just George, but Jeff also. Jeff is going to do
fantastic singer.
a lot of the vocals, and he has a great freaking voice. So, George and Jeff will carry it. Don will be up front, he'll be doing a little moves, he'll, whatever, he'll twirl his microphone, he'll hit some of the lower notes, and then the other guys will step in for those highs, or he'll do the audience share, In my dreams, it's still the same. On Piggy's bacon is where I came.
No, that'll be the same.
You sing, then you.
Yeah. I'd like to see you in the morning light.
I'd like to feel you when it comes to the night. That's right. Thank you. Yeah, it's like
I'd like to see you in the morning light.
I like to feel you guys when it comes to
you guys.
So no, that'll be the situation where they will do another tour. I think that's what's going to happen when Richie Sambora rejoins Bon Jovi. That's the latest prediction on this show, and it's going to happen. I bet you in 2021-22, when Bon Jovi reschedules that 2020 tour that they weren't going to do, I bet you Richie Sambora is part of it. I bet you Phil Zanitas is still involved in it. And I bet you it sells out stadiums.
Here's our prediction. And I'm going to agree with Paulie, because the fact is, when you see all of this going on and you see the money being paid for these stadium tours of nostalgia and these reunion price tags that guys like RATT and DOKKEN are working for. And again, remember, they're assembling this together. RATT's not totally with Warren on board yet, but Bobby was the missing link that'll help get Warren, and Warren gave a maybe. So that's gonna happen. Okay, we're almost there. And Don and George have both said, okay, let's get together and put this together. We'll do it right. We'll do it the right way, and blah, 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 blah. And yada, there's the paycheck there. I'm gonna agree with Paul, because I totally agree. Bon Jovi's too big an act with possibilities for stadiums and arenas to not get together with Richie Sambora. And fact is, what the fuck is Richie doing anyway? Right. He's done with Orianthi. I can't even pronounce her name. I always butcher it. And CK, if you were listening earlier, we were talking. RATT got together. You already had Stephen Piercy and bass player. Help me, Paulie.
Juan Crucier.
Juan Crucier. And then they just got Bobby Blotzer on board. And Warren in the past has said, well, maybe if it works out right. So they got a maybe from Warren. This is going to happen. It's getting close.
Warren did a maybe originally. Remember when they split up after Robin passed, and they split up for a while, Warren was the maybe, I don't know, maybe, I guess.
But he got back together temporarily.
Then he came around. He came back around and got into it. I think it's just a matter of getting him in the room with a guitar in his hand, and he'll be like, yeah, all right, let's do it.
Yeah, because these guys are all on the same page now, finally, And yes, Craven Soda. Johnny went to choke his chickens again.
Mm-hmm.
There you go.
Yes, CK brings up a good point. Sabotage. The guys in Sabotage are talking about getting together and making music again.
And why wouldn't they? There was no bad blood there. I mean, obviously, you lost, John Oliver, Chris Oliver, unfortunately, but they performed some amazing stuff even after Chris passed on.
Sure.
So why wouldn't they? They already do Trans-Siberian. You already had Trans-Siberian and Sabotage double tours. There's no bad blood there. I absolutely see that happening. But here's another one. Now this wasn't a band broken up, but look at these two mega tours that they're in discussions with. Sammy Hagar and Rick Springfield. They just decided, hey, let's team up and we should do a big tour together. We both have big followings and blah, blah, blah. So they're talking tour. And then this is the big one. And we talked about this possibility that's now becoming a reality in 2022. Iron Maiden, Judas Priest. Doubleheader, co-headlining.
Been a while since they did that.
Going to be the best fucking tour of all of them.
Well, it's the two most legendary new wave of British heavy metal bands of all time finally getting together after they've become headliners and doing a dual stadium tour. And that's the beautiful thing.
Maiden's got a new album coming out.
and it's the beautiful thing about this would be this is the hey, Rock and Roll Hall of Fame, take notice of who we are tour. Because the fact of the matter is, which they won't, but the fact of the matter is, Iron Maiden is on the bill for induction. They still haven't made it, but they're at least being considered for induction. Judas Priest was on the ballot a couple of times ago, and they got fucked out of their induction. But the fact of the matter is, both of those bands are next to, I think, the four, and the debate could go how you want to see them, but the four greatest heavy metal bands in the history of the genre are Metallica, Black Sabbath, Iron Maiden, and Judas Priest. Now, how you want to slot them is subjective.
I got to add AC/DC into that mix. Somewhere.
I don't think of AC/DC as a heavy metal band. I think of them as a hard rock band. But the metal, when you think of metal, yeah, you think of what metal is. Those are the four greatest. And by the way, AC/DC is one of the two greatest hard rock bands of all time, next to Led Zeppelin. It's AC/DC, Led Zeppelin, and then Aerosmith, and then Aerosmith, Van Halen, and the rest of them. But AC/DC and Led Zeppelin stand above all of them because they just do. They're just the record sales and the success of AC/DC has quietly snuck them into one of the 5 greatest musical artists of all time with regard to record sales. And that's ridiculous when you think about it. They've quietly snuck in and took over everything. And that's beautiful. That's a beautiful thing. But those 4 bands, the Rush, the Sabbath, Metallica, Maiden, and Priest,
and Gizmachi,
of course. You've got, and people can try to, like, CK would love to be able to disparage Metallica, but Metallica are the biggest heavy metal band.
They are. Even though two of them are absolute douchebags, you can't deny the music. You can't deny the music. And,
Metallica are bigger than the others.
Pooh Ninja, I love Anthrax, but it's not even near the same class as any of the ones we're talking about. As much as I love Anthrax, they're great. They're in thrash bands, and I say thrash bands as in mainstream thrash bands. They're up there. They're on the big 4 list for me. And you got Metallica, Megadeth, Slayer, and Anthrax. Arguably Testament could be added in there as a 5th, but
Exodus.
Even Exodus would be like, they're late in there. They're late in that pack, and there's a lot of others I could fill into that.
People on the East Coast would say Overkill.
Sure. Then that was what was in my mind, actually. But again, even that, I'd have to say Overkill the same thing. They're kind of on the fringe of those big 4. And
Motorhead.
Different.
Motorhead's a legendary band. Here's the thing.
Legendary, just different.
As big as Black Sabbath, and let's face it, they invented the genre. As big as Black Sabbath and Deep Purple were as far as the development of hard rock / heavy metal, as big as Motorhead was as the development of thrash metal, there is no bigger heavy metal band on the planet than Metallica. They are household names.
True.
Household names, bigger than Iron Maiden, bigger than Judas Priest, bigger than Black Sabbath. As much as we love those bands, Metallica are a household name. Your grandmother knows who fucking Metallica is.
And that's
so well known.
That's why it was really smart to sell out during that Black album, because we would not be having this conversation if we stayed at levels of Masters of Puppets. As popular as that was,
as great as the record is,
it wasn't the Black album. The Black album was the one that changed everything. It brought thrash into the mainstream.
They're the biggest metal band in history.
Yeah. So smartest move ever. Yeah, and of course, Metal Church. I mean, you could. I
love Metal Church. First 2 Metal Church records are fantastic.
You could go through who's who everywhere else, but out of those, Priest and Maiden. I mean, tell me you went to school and you didn't know people constantly with denim or leather jackets that sported Eddie from Iron Maiden.
Sure.
Tell me.
I had a denim jacket. I had a denim jacket with the first Iron Maiden cover without Iron Maiden written on it, just Eddie in front of the wall with the light, the moon behind him and everything. I had somebody painted that on the back of my denim jacket in high school. It was a beautiful. It's the greatest. Now, the greatest mascot in the history of music is Eddie from Iron Maiden, without a doubt.
Absolutely.
Greatest mascot. Well, I take that back. The greatest logo is the lips from the Rolling Stones, but the mascot is Eddie.
Yeah, as far as actual mascot, without question, it's Eddie. And probably the best logo would be Metallica's.
Maybe. I think that Van Halen logo is tough to top.
The original VH.
Yeah, the original VH logo is tough to top.
That's a hard one.
Yeah, it's tough to top. But the Rolling Stones have the greatest logo in the history of music. Everybody knows when you see the lips and the tongue, you know exactly what it is. It's as iconic as the New York Yankees NY or the Dallas Star or whatever the Shamrock for Notre Dame, whatever iconic corporate logo you can put out there. If you see everybody that sees the lips with the tongue knows it's the Rolling Stones. That makes it the greatest iconic logo of all time.
Oh, Renus, make no mistake, the Poison logo is super cool. There's a lot of bands. No, look, I have to admit, I love the Poison logo, the green with the way it's stylized. There's a lot of cool bands with a lot of cool logos. I'm just saying, as far as the best ones out there, not a question. You have Metallica. Everyone was drawing it on their fucking notebooks or on the desk. We were all doing it. We all had the Trapper Keeper, and the drawing the M, and Mr. Mancuda, Mr. Mancuda. Yes. The answer to 4. George Washington. You're in math class, sir. 69. That's health class, sir. 4. Yeah. We were all drawing that logo. We love that.
Yeah. But that's to be said. That's what marketing is all about too. Put together a great marketing plan, put together a great product, and that goes back to what we're talking about with Kiss. Great marketing plan, great product, but I think even and super underrated band because of it.
There's another one though, logo. Holy shit. How many products and merch did Kiss have? That fucking logo was everywhere. We're introducing the Kiss Q-tip because all our fans have ears.
Anvil failed Renus Pinkel because they're not very good.
That's the most basic, truthful answer that we could give.
They seem like nice guys. Metal on Metal is a great song. I think that they were very. I think Lips is with all due respect to him, I think he's somewhat developmentally disabled. And he's a great dude, but he's blissfully unaware. He lives in an altered reality. Anvil just wasn't a very good band. They're still not a very good band. They're just not that good.
Yeah, but Kiss, holy shit, what a logo and merch machine. Look, a lot of people saw Iron Maiden's, material merch wise before they heard their music.
No, that's you bought Iron Maiden records based on the album cover. You looked at that album cover and said, "This looks fucking cool. I want to know what it is."
Sure.
Because I think we would all agree. Maybe some people might, the thrash metal might in the chat might disagree, but I think we all agree the Bruce Dickinson Iron Maiden is the best version of Iron Maiden. Yet we bought that first Iron Maiden with Paul Di'Anno on it because of the album cover, and we loved it because of the album cover. The Iron Maiden didn't really peak until Number of the Beast. Not peak, but didn't really break through until Number of the Beast. So you had those first 2 records, Iron Maiden and Killers, the Di'Anno records, which were a little bit more punky, a little less metal, a little less operatic, a little less powerful. But we loved them because we loved the attitude and we loved the packaging and we loved the fact that Di'Anno had the bullet belt a la Lemmy, and it was a little more punky, and it was a little harder, and it was a little dirtier. And then that final piece was Dickinson when he left Samson to join Maiden. Chemistry.
Best move ever.
Chemistry. Now I like Samson. I happen to own all the Samson records as well. But Bruce in Samson was good. Bruce in Maiden is perfect.
Yeah, and you could say the same thing about Kirk Hammett leaving Exodus, his own band, for the slot in Metallica to replace Mustaine. You could say the same thing. Yeah, another good move. I
I was going to point something out. I did see something, and as much as I love David Ellefson, and I do, I think David is a great guy. He lives here in Arizona. His son Roman is a friend of mine. They're great dudes. But Dave Ellefson made a statement that he was he's in a band with the man who invented thrash metal, and I got to be like, sorry, Mustaine is great. Lemmy invented thrash metal. Just a minor correction for you, Dave. Thrash metal existed before there was a Metallica or a Megadeth. Accept was playing thrash metal before there was a Metallica or Megadeth.
It's going back to the old argument of certain bands didn't get the credit. Like, Hanoi Rocks, a lot of people in America didn't know them as, some of the early glam, or the New York Dolls, as the early glam. And the same thing could be said for Motorhead, coming in and doing metal. I mean, a lot of people, how many people really followed them compared to, I mean, sure, later on, but how many people originally followed them compared to Maiden and Priest and, later on Megadeth and Metallica. But, I mean, Lemmy really was an original that a lot of people don't realize is like the father of a genre. And you could say the same thing, Sabbath too, Tony Iommi,
Gigi Allen invented thrash metal.
he invented splash metal where he just scooped the toilet into your face.
CK Accept didn't invent thrash. Fast as a Shark came out in 1982, and Motorhead was already 4 albums in by that point. Motorhead was the first band to play thrash metal. They were the first band to take crossover hardcore punk and mix it with the kind of groove that heavy metal that Black Sabbath did. Motorhead did it before Accept.
Accept was early in the game, though.
Accept was earlier. But again, this is back to what I was saying about Dave Ellefson. Dave Ellefson is like, I'm in the band with the guy who invented thrash metal. That's not true. You're in a guy who is one of the pioneers of the big four of thrash in the United States. But thrash metal existed before.
Well, two of the big four.
Yeah,
2 of the big 4.
Yeah.
I mean, you gotta give Mustaine credit. I mean, he carries 2 trophies for that.
Yeah, but he was in Metallica for 11 months.
He helped form this sound, though, and now with that 11 months, they were playing.
Yeah, Motorhead did it first. Accept did it before Metallica and Megadeth and all of the big 4 of thrash. But that's one of the things. Accept doesn't get the credit that they deserve for being as groundbreaking as they were.
I thought Accept was just okay.
No.
As a band.
When they're good, they're very good. But they're not very good very often.
Hold on. Johnny's light just changed to a red alert. False flag. Thank you, man. New Sabotage would be amazing. Love you guys. Love you too, brother. And yeah, Sabotage, one of my all-time favorites. They're fucking terrific. What are you showing us, Johnny? Because when you show us like that, nobody can read it.
Shout out false flag. Thank you. It automatically tweets out as well. So
okay.
That's on Twitter.
So you can also make Johnny's pocket vibrate. There's something to look forward to.
Well,
that's worth $25. You get a light, you get Johnny having a quick orgasm under the desk, and you get a text.
Mr. Hellstorm 74. I know Tigers of Pantang was 78. Accept was 76. Motorhead was 75. So again, Motorhead first. Motorhead did it. They did it. They just did it first.
And Lemmy did it in a fun way too. That's one thing. We talked about that last week.
It's Chuck Berry on 11. That's all it is.
He just had that fuck you everybody attitude that I love and I think is so metal. I think that's like part of the fun of Motorhead. They were raw. And when I say raw, I mean let's get out of the van, let's get drunk, let's get on stage, pick our nose, shit ourselves, and let's spit on all the audience and fuck their wives. Okay, cool.
Yeah, no, Motorhead just didn't give a shit. Didn't fucking care.
And that's metal.
I
That's
love
as
it.
metal as you get.
Yeah, I know. I love everything about Motorhead. There's a reason why I have the Snaggletooth tattooed on my leg. They were as
Heavens
real
to
as real.
Murgatroyd.
Yeah. Oh, I love it because it's been the Snaggletooth has also been referred to as the War Pig. But Snaggletooth was the Snaggletooth B Motorhead, I believe was the original name for the logo. And by the way, for me, second greatest mascot in the history behind Eddie is Snaggletooth. That everybody knows the Motorhead logo when they see it. Everybody that knows music knows the Motorhead logo when they see it. See, it's not quite a household iconic.
Everybody that knows rock music,
yeah,
would know it. Not pop,
no,
or classical.
Although I did see, did somebody point out? Somebody posted a picture of Carrie Underwood with a Motorhead T-shirt on, which I thought was interesting. I'd be like, boy, I'd like to know what her favorite song is.
You know, a lot of these fashion influencers wear a lot of metal shirts that they have no idea who these bands are. They just know. Like, I would be shocked to see the Kardashians know a single Slayer song, like at all. You know, what's your favorite Slayer album? Oh, I like a lot of them. And which one is your favorite single? Oh, you know, the really, really popular one. Oh, the one that's been on all the radios. Yeah, that's the one. None of them have been on the radio yet. Yeah, no, it's just very, you know, very it's just trendy to wear. You know, my ex-girlfriend always wore a Guns N' Roses shirt, and you know, I said, well, you know, what are your favorite Guns N' Roses songs? And she's like, oh, I love Paradise City and I love Welcome to the Jungle. I'm like, okay, so you have an idea who the bands are. Then you can wear the shirt, you know? And like after we went to a Motley Crue concert, I was like, okay, what were your favorite songs for Motley Crue? Oh, I liked Live Wire. Okay, as long as you know to name some of the songs, you could wear the shirt. But don't go wearing, don't go wearing a metal shirt if you don't know the bands. It's not, you know, it's meant to support the bands. It's meant to show, okay, I like these bands. You know, like I'm wearing a Flash Gordon cartoon shirt today because I love the fucking Flash Gordon cartoon.
Right.
You know, and you know, same thing. It's like, you know, fly the colors of someone you like really like. Don't just,
by the way,
make it a fashion statement.
I need to correct CK yet again. Rush did not invent progressive metal. King Crimson did it before Rush. Rush may have made it larger.
Popular. They made it popular.
And made it bigger and combined it and certainly did it better. But King Crimson did it before Rush did. Fact.
Yeah, and Robot Master Switch. Robot Master Switch. I don't give a crap if the normies are wearing black metal t-shirts. They'll give it up as soon as the next shiny object comes along. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you know, I just don't like seeing someone wearing a shirt of a band they just don't know. You know, it's just kind of poserish, you know, especially someone like, you know, the Kardashians or something. And, you know, it just, I don't know, leaves a bad taste in my mouth.
I'm friends with a guy named Lou Brutus, who you might know. He hosts
Brutus.
Whoa!
Lou Brutus is the host of a nationally syndicated show called Hard Drive. He's also been on, I don't know, he's been on Sirius XM for the better part of 30 years. He's worked for them. He's been there since the beginning.
So
and
a
Brutus,
newbie. Got it.
Yes. Yeah. Brutus doesn't really know what he's doing.
Lou Brutus.
Yes.
Yeah, when they did the first Becker benefit in Chicago.
Yes, that was the Lou Brutus Experience.
That was the name of their band.
Yeah, the Lou Brutus Experience was the
Olive Oil had a Brutus Experience.
Yeah, that was the band that Eddie Van Halen was named after Lou Brutus, the Jason Becker benefit in Chicago.
Mm-hmm.
Lou is a close friend. I've known him for 30-something years and is one of the most credible authorities on music. And I saw him post something this week on social media, which was, why would you wear the band's t-shirt if you can't name one song? And I just thought it was just a funny, like, it was elitist in its simplicity, but yet accurate, because if you've got that shirt on, at some point you're going to come across a fan, and that fan is going to go, oh, what's your favorite song? And you're going to be like,
Olive oil.
CK, you're wrong. So I just wanted to let me just point that out to you now. CK, you're wrong. You're a
Why is
troll
there-
and you're wrong. And you're
Why is
and
there
now-
so much infighting in the chat today?
because because CK just wants attention at this point.
Renus is fighting CK.
Yeah, CK is
fighting-
just going in there to throw shit against the wall to try and get attention and to get people riled up in it. But fact is, you're wrong, and everybody in the chat knows you're wrong. So so
You
have fun
better
with
eat
that.
your spinach, CK.
No, I mean you're entitled to your opinion, as wrong as it may be, but the facts don't bear out what you
opinions
think.
are cool. Opinions
you're-
are cool.
you're-
Just
you're
be,
invi-
just be
you're-
friendly
you're
about it.
Yeah, you're entitled to say what you want to say, but be respectful of other people's stuff. But
Yeah,
in this
look,
situation, you're wrong.
Paulie and I disagree about some of the merits of that
Sure.
Lost Boys CD, but we do it friendly. We agree to disagree. Just
But you're just-
one person's taste doesn't have to be another's. You can
But
agree
here's
to
the thing.
disagree, kids.
When you sit back and you say to yourself, a band whose first album is in 1974, and you say they invented a genre of music, and a band who put out an album 6 years before you has examples of that music on their album, you're wrong. You're just wrong. I mean, it's a fact. It's not a subjective interpretation. I think Rush is 10 times the band, 100 times, maybe 1,000,000 times the band King Crimson is. But they did it first. Look, Metallica is a better band, a bigger band than Motorhead. I like Motorhead more than Metallica, but I'm wrong. Metallica's bigger. They just are.
I like Lemmy more than Lars. I'll tell you that.
Here's the thing. Without Motorhead, you don't get Metallica. Without King Crimson, you don't get Rush. King Crimson, yes, Genesis, all predate Rush. All of those bands, Pink Floyd, all of those bands predate Rush and have elements of what later would become prog metal in their music. Now, you don't have to agree, but you're wrong.
on the order of things.
They were there first.
On the order of things. You can like who you like, and that's fine. Different tastes are fine. Factually, what Paulie's saying makes sense. Just
Yeah,
who was there first. That's it.
They were there first. So you can't say a band. It's like the old Eddie Izzard bit. When he shows up, they talks about how the Europeans showed up to America. And they said, we claim this country. Nobody has ever been here before. We claim this country that, who are you? You can't say you invented something when you didn't invent it.
Didn't Bugs Bunny do that once with Yosemite Sam?
Yeah.
I think Yosemite Sam came on and he's like, I'm a marking X right here on the spot. My land.
Hey, Doc.
Yeah.
What's up?
Robot Master Swish, Rush is not metal anymore, but they certainly began as a metal band. They certainly began. I mean, the first Rush album is a Black Sabbath record. Working Man is the best Black Sabbath song that Black Sabbath never wrote. Working Man is a metal song. Finding My Way is a metal song. The first few Rush albums are very metal. Hemispheres,
I look at them as more.
Steel.
I look at them as more of a hard rock than a metal. Again, agree to disagree. Just KXM Rock, Little Richard. Absolutely. If you want to get into the Godfathers and originators,
Okay, Chuck Berry,
Little Richard,
Big Bill Brunzi. I mean, if we want to go that far back,
what's his
Memphis
name?
Minnie.
Bo Diddley, BB King.
Yeah, I mean, we can go as far back. I mean, Sister Rosetta Tharpe. I mean, how far back you want to go?
Rosa Parks. I mean,
the argument
Marvin Berry,
Marvin,
Chuck Berry,
the
Marty McFly.
I mean, Rocket 88 is considered the first rock and roll song. Rocket 88. is the first rock and roll song. It's considered the first rock and roll song. That's when things switched from music before rock and roll to music after rock and roll. And the tipping point is a song called Rocket 88 from Jesus, I don't even remember, 50.
Jump out.
Actually, the first metal song I believe was by Grog the Caveman, and basically his act was he was a long-haired guy. He'd stand in front of the others. He'd bash people in the face with rocks, drag away groupies into the cave, and that was it. That's as metal as you get. That's a I don't give a fuck attitude, and I love that. I really.
Yeah, no, Rocket 88. I want to say 52, but I bet I'm wrong. I think it's earlier than that.
I mean, look, most metal derive from blues.
51.
And,
Thank you, John BL.
Thank you, John BL.
Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, the ever reliable John BL.
Yeah.
Yeah. That John BL signal goes into the sky, boy. Look at those Colonel's buckets, man. I can't wait till our Colonel's tribute buckets are ready to go. Colonel's gourmet popcorn and more. By the way, if you mention Johnny Beane and Jay Hannon when you order, you will get more. They give you more product. How great is that? And thank you, Ben Tom, for 681. Official unlock 681. Mention Big Bill Brunzi.
Big Bill Brunzi, yeah.
Big Bill Brunzi. Thank you, Neanderthal, for mentioning Big Bill Brunzi.
Look,
Thank you, Tom.
I love the history of rock. I love the history of rock and roll. I love the old rock and roll bands. I love the way it has splintered off into so many subgenres. I love the cross-pollination of styles and things like, twin tone and ska, and I love new wave and skinny tie bands, and I love hip hop, and I love good rap rock, and there isn't a lot of it, but the good stuff is really good. And disco and blues and bluegrass, man, music is one of the greatest gifts we have been given. It's one of the greatest things that mankind has contributed to the world. And whatever you like is valid because there's so much of it out there that you can embrace and call your own. And if somebody tells you what you like is no good, who cares? Like what you like.
Yeah, listen to what you like. Just
don't admit it.
Just tell them to fuck themselves.
Yeah, like what you like.
I'm a big fan of Menudo. No, not the fifth incarnation, the one with Johnny, the fourth one. Not Wani, Johnny, the fourth incarnation.
The beautiful thing is you can trace Menudo back to the Miracles, or I trace
Menudo to getting a wedgie in the gym locker room.
But if you truly look back to at those bands, you realize that all came from all those Philadelphia soul bands and doo-wop bands and Motown bands from Detroit, and that there's a beautiful progression from some of those bands. You may not like that band, you may not appreciate it, but if you look at the lineage of it and the cross-pollination, it's a beautiful gift that we've been given. And I don't know that I think it's sad that, radio stations and MTV and Spotify and all those things aren't as embraced by this culture as they have for generations before. I think music is becoming a lost art, and it's sad.
Well, playing instruments, I think, is becoming a lost art.
Yeah, it's not even about playing instruments, though. I mean, even you guys, look, Pete Townsend created a great amount of the music that he did with synthesizers and sequencers, and yet fantastic music came out. Kraftwerk is all computer music. I think that look, man, tapping on a desk, a rhythm. I mean, that kind of stuff. That's not playing an instrument. It's a rhythm. It's still music. I just think that music is becoming a language that we are sort of no longer interested in speaking anymore. On the masses, it's becoming a smaller part of what we do, and I think that that's a tragedy.
No, it really is. And again, one thing about music, that's one thing that can bring all people together. Now I'm just going to stand on a soapbox for a second, because the fact is, when you're in a concert and you're all enjoying that, you're forgetting who's around you and what differences you have, and
It's a great
whatever.
equalizer.
It really is. Everyone can look up on that stage and just rock out with a great tune, and all be on the same page about one thing, no matter what your personal issues or politics or prejudices are, you can all look forward and just tap your foot and be like, man, this is cool. You could all be on that same page. It is a great equalizer. And Mickey Settlemeyer says beer. That's another one.
Yeah, but that's the beauty of. I used to. This is what.
That makes all people equal too. That guys like me. Suddenly, I'm a very handsome man to these very pretty girls that have knocked a couple of drinks down. So
that was one of the things that I enjoyed. I enjoyed so much about being a season ticket holder in Oakland, and that was from Monday through Saturday. It didn't matter what you did. But on Sundays, when you showed up at the Coliseum, all you cared about was that the Raiders played well that day. And even if they lost, at least we had a chance to get together and commune over something that we all love, which was the silver and black. And that was amazing because for people that have never experienced it, when you sit in the Oakland Coliseum and you're following the Oakland Raiders back when they were still in Oakland, there is no white or black or brown or red or yellow or any color of the spectrum. There is no gay or straight or rich or poor or, it was just Raiders fans and that whole Raider Nation attitude to it. And music is that on a much larger scale. When you went to, like, let's say the Freddie Mercury tribute concert, there were 100,000 people in Wembley Arena in the stadium there. And it didn't matter what they did. Those people came from all walks of life, but they were there to celebrate something that was unifying. And music has that ability. Now, obviously, we break down into our own little tribes, and we like certain bands, and we even subdivide those bands by Sammy versus Dave, Brian versus Bond, whatever versions you want to get into, Vince versus John. But it's a unifying thing, and it's a universal language. And by the way, it's also physically healthy. Music has been shown, semitones played in certain orders have a chemical effect on the brain. And music is used to heal people who have traumatic brain injuries because it literally is something that goes beyond the conscious.
My ears are bleeding.
So never let anybody tell you that the music that you like is bad, even if it's Lost Boys.
Bad, even if it's bad,
especially these two guys.
Oh, it's terrible.
Don't listen to us. My musical taste is fucking awful.
Oh no, that's terrible. But
I don't give a shit. I like it. I don't care.
I think rock and roll is about not caring. That's the whole deal.
As soon as that's why I kind of like the fact that certain bands have been shunned by the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. There's part of me that wants them to get the notification and the notoriety and the validation amongst the masses and internationally. And there's another part of me that, like, rock and roll is supposed to be rebellious. And if you are embraced by the culture and you're embraced by the establishment, then you're not doing it right. There's just something to be said for that. And I'm contradicting because some of the greatest bands of all time, like the Beatles and the Stones and fucking Fleetwood Mac,
Nitro.
Yes, Nitro, of course. You want to be one of those bands, have been embraced by the masses, and it's because their brilliance changed the world. The Beatles changed the world. And when four guys who pick up instruments and write silly little pop songs change the world is different because they existed. There's something infinitely powerful about that. And God, we really need a band like that now.
Speaking of a band like that now, KXM Rock saw Great White with Mitch Malloy as the frontman, and he said that guy has amazing vocals.
Certainly does.
He is a good vocalist, absolutely.
Great singer.
But again, you're going back into, look, here's a guy that's really terrific. With that said, I have a nostalgic pang to see Jack Russell.
That could happen. I mean, look, they're back on speaking terms. We've talked about this. We talked about it last week.
Hold on. We talked about he wants to talk to him. Mark
Right.
Kendall, Jack Russell wants to talk to Mark Kendall. To my knowledge, Mark hasn't, responded to that with, "Hey, let me call you up." But I would love to see it. Thank you, Music Therapy Laz. He just wanted to see the light change. It's really funny. I wonder if I took off my pants, would money start rolling in because they want to see it change to me putting them back on? I mean, am I missing out on this?
Jesus Rapesme wants us to acknowledge Eric Clapton's 76th birthday. Eric Clapton is 76.
How old is he now?
76.
Eric Clapton, right?
76.
Ah, gotcha. Johnny,
The
are you aware of
the
Eric
brilliance-
Clapton's
The brilliance of his
76th birthday?
the brilliance of his nickname is that he is now incredibly slow hand.
Oh, that's terrible.
Is that the worst thing we've said all night?
No, that's the
let me
nicest
take
thing
let
that
me take inventory. Let me take inventory. My mother was working herself with a dildo. I was fisting an 80-year-old woman in a wheelchair. No, I don't think that's the worst. I stuck needles in David Crosby's crotch. We've said worse.
Okay, all right, good. Just making sure.
Check just to make sure. Absolutely. Wait a second. I see Nightbot says, help support the Johnny Beane channel. Here's our Amazon wish list. Do you see this, Paulie?
Unbelievable.
And
it's been there for years.
Paulie and I have Amazon wish list too.
Give me the links. I'll put them up.
I need, put up a link. Mancuda needs a new iPad. There's your link. Put it up right now. What do you want, Paulie? Fill out a list. What do you got?
I'm looking at his wish list. He's looking for a $400 microphone on his wish list. What the fuck is wrong with you, Beane?
Yeah, really, Johnny. Increase your budget for God's sakes. Don't be cheap. What are you crapping out on the cheap stuff? Yes, Paulie. I'm just gonna put this right out here. Paulie and I we love getting shit from the audience. We love it.
Johnny, you want the audience to buy you a goddamn mountain bike?
I want an iPad, so Johnny could want a mountain bike.
That's been there for like 3 years.
What do you want, Paulie? We could probably take up a cachet of money right now. What do you want, Paulie? What's on your wish list? Johnny wants a mountain bike. I want an iPad.
A local television traffic reporter here in town named Vanessa Ramirez.
Oh, well, I want her too. I want to change my wish list. I was going to go for the 1 terabyte iPad Pro, but now I want to go for the News Girl Pro.
Hey, Joe.
Yeah, KXM Rock says Johnny B needs a new studio. Yeah, put it out there. Everyone start sending lumber. Johnny needs some more computer equipment and KXM Rock. He's right on it.
So I was just talking about Lou Brutus. He just posted this, which is Michael Strahan has had the gap in his teeth fixed, which means the biggest gap left on earth is the time between Tool albums.
Nice. Very nice.
There's my buddy Lou. Subtle.
By the way, Paulie, if I see Johnny riding around next week in that room on a mountain bike, I'm gonna shit pickles.
Shit Pickles sounds like a great band name.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are Shit Pickles.
Yep, has a good feel to it.
Let me go pull my gherkin out. By the way, speaking of pulling out my gherkin, so I finally got a copy of that book, A Shot of Poison, that I was looking for, that out of print first edition of from Bobby Doll's personal assistant, and I love. There's one line in it that just stuck with me. I only started reading a little bit of it, but one line specifically, he's describing a time where there's all these groupies around and everyone's taking advantage and hanging out and screwing around with groupies. And Bobby Dahl's just so tired of all this. He's like, I'm going on the tour, but I'm going on sleep on my tour bus. So he goes, he's walking to the tour bus, and some chick yells out, "Bobby, where are you going?" And he's like, "Oh, I'm going to suck my dick. Do you want to join me?" I just love that.
So good. They could get anything done back then. They could just say something and women would be like, "Okay, I'll do it."
Well,
by the way, and the other
I
thing
think we've all experienced that.
But and the great thing about it is it was consensual.
Oh,
like,
yeah.
That's one of the things that when you hear from these ex groupies, and they write all their books and stuff, and people who weren't involved in the scene and weren't involved in the events displayed or portrayed in the book, everybody's like, "Oh my God, what monsters those people are!" That whole thing. Look, nobody was being held against their will.
No,
Everybody
this was
showed up.
very fluent.
Everybody was a willing participant. They all knew what they were getting into. They were having fun, and it is what it is. All of a sudden, the woke culture has decided that other people's behavior should be criticized. It didn't affect you. You weren't damaged by it. It wasn't illegal. Everybody involved had a good time, and if they regret it,
was consensual. You hit the nail on the head.
And if they regret it, that's their regret. That's not for you to decide. They got involved and they had a great time. So when you read these stories or you see these documentaries about what happened back then, and people are like, "Oh my God, monsters, all of them."
We were all a part of it. We were all there, and
guilty as charged.
Yeah, we all got. I mean, I remember. Let me put this out there because this is always fun. Tales of the Mancuta's debauchery. Many things, obviously, in the 80s was a thing, but it wasn't just girls looking for to hook up with the band. If they couldn't hook up with the band, they were out in the parking lot partying. We were all looking to hook up with each other. So these girls would come out. "Yeah, I couldn't get with the band. Hey, what's your name?" And it's like, suddenly you're there. I remember being at one show and this chick was like interested in, I forget what band it was. It was a little club show. And this chick was like looking to hook up with someone in the band, couldn't get backstage, then started talking to me. And I'm thinking, oh, I'm going to hook up with this chick. This is great. Then another guy who was part of an opening act for the band, meaning a local band, basically kind of, horns in on the convo, and she starts talking with him. And I'm thinking, I just see the word pussy grow wings and start flying away. And I'm like, so I'm thinking none of this is going to happen for me because she's going with that guy from the band. Well, here, this guy from the band, I see walking with her in the parking lot to his van, and because that's how he rolls. And he basically goes in the van with her, and she yells out the door, "Hey, are you coming?" And I'm thinking, in your mouth. Yeah. And so what winds up happening is, getting into details, what winds up happening is, here's this guy that I'm thinking just cock blocked me, and now we're like all in a threesome in this van, and this guy is basically commanding this girl to please me. So this guy is taking her from behind and pushing her head over and saying, "You suck that dick! You suck that." And she's like, "Oh, I'm going to suck his dick." Or, "You suck that dick."
Hi, Ellie.
Yeah.
And Killian.
Dick. Yeah. So this is the type of casual debauchery that went on in the 80s during rock concerts. Nobody was not consensual. This is all just partying.
Let's add the caveat in there. I'm sure there were instances where advantage was taken of people that they didn't want. And let's make it clear, even though it shouldn't need to be said, it was wrong. Any one of those assholes that took advantage of somebody that was too fucked up to know what they were doing, or was told no and kept going on it,
sure,
or all those things, you, sir, are a rapist asshole. And you're a
Absolutely.
fucking dick. And 30 years later, I'm still calling you a rapist asshole. And you deserve to be fucking throttled for it if you did that.
And I'll agree with that 1,000%, because
But-
if you take advantage, to this day, this doesn't go out of style. If you take advantage of someone drunk, if you take advantage of someone not in their right mind capacity wise, you're a rapist. You're not getting consent.
Yes.
But let's spin it to let's spin it around.
Dirtbag of the highest order. Now
let's
that that's
spin it
out of the
around.
way.
Now that we disclose that, if, however, you're at a rock concert, chances are you were getting something from your fellow, partiers and concert goers, because we were all there for a good time in an era that was about having a good time.
Right. Now, all of that having been said, because I think we all agree that assholes are assholes, and that's a universal thing that's been going on since day two.
Sure.
I think we were told don't eat the apple and you can have everything, and we chose the apple. Fucking morons.
Absolutely.
That said, I would just like to come out and say it right now. I was molested by a girl.
You're gonna come. I thought you were gonna come out. I'm sorry.
I'm just gonna come out and say it right now. I was molested by a girl in front of the stage at a Killer Dwarf show. I didn't ask for it. But she touched me in a very, very soft spot. It wasn't soft for long.
Show me on the Show me on the rhino where she touched you.
She touched me.
I don't want any part of this. Okay. Sorry.
She touched me in a place that you won't let Blue Rhino see when you turn him around.
That's the place.
I mean, here's the thing. It wasn't, and that's the other thing. It wasn't just guys doing it to girls. If you don't think Lita Ford fucking molested guys in every city she went to, or the Vixen girls didn't have to have their way with guys, look, again, consensual debauchery. It was a great time.
I'm very close friends with someone in a known female band, and the stories about them hunting for cock is very, very much like guys hunting for girls. It's the same thing. They're like, we're watching all the guys slip backstage wanting to be with us. Give us that dick. Yeah.
And now
we all like sex.
And now, it's funny because we joke about it, but when you hear about like casual hookups, Tinder or whatever it is, in your case, Grindr, whatever it is, these casual hookups are like, you just text somebody, hook up, Netflix and chill. Shit, that's no different than what we did in the clubs. We'd go to Wednesday night at the Cat House or whatever night it was at the Cat House that you would go to, or L'Amour's or Hammerjacks or whatever fucking club was your club in your town.
Well, most people going out to bars with their friends aren't paying, $8 for a $2 beer to not try to meet people. A lot of people are looking to meet people, not necessarily all the time hook up, but a large percentage are looking to meet someone. Mom, is that you? Oh, well, I'm single now, and this dildo isn't working very well.
If Wayno is still in the chat, I want him to identify Brenda. And we'll just let that. No, Brenda was a local groupie that would show up at the rehearsal studios where all the bands rehearsed. And Brenda was a road well traveled. But she knew where we were. Like we were rehearsing. Like you come to the rehearsal studio. The best part was our rehearsal studio was above a bar called the Happy Swallow.
It's a bird, you bastards! It's a bird.
Yeah, and it was on the second floor of a building called the Happy Swallow in Framingham, Massachusetts, right along the route of the Boston Marathon.
Oh, that's right next door to the Robin Redbreast. And the Deep-Throated Ostrich restaurant.
And Brenda knew that on Monday nights, there were a couple of bands that had regular gigs and regular clubs around the Metro West area of Boston. See, Wayno knows exactly who I'm talking about. And she was a road well traveled, and I know that at least 2 members in our band visited with Brenda. One of us, who shall remain nameless, visited with Brenda in the back parking lot of our rehearsal studio while sitting under an oil truck. And Brenda was a willing participant. She was more than happy to be there.
You'd be in the studio, you just hear this. Is that applause? Is that for us? No, Brenda's running here. She's wearing a mini skirt.
By the way, Wayno, because he's in the chat, Wayno.
Oh, Wayno.
Whose girl? Actually, I'll write this down.
Who's your daddy and what does he do?
Now I'm going to write this down. I'm going to write this down on this piece of paper before Wayno responds.
I see this coming. How many times has Johnny gone off to masturbate tonight? Holy shit.
All right. So that's written down. The pen is over here. My hands are visible the whole time. Wayno, who walked into our studio on a Friday night with our old guitar player, Todd, and after the Rush Mr. Big show, and caused you to have a spit take when Todd had explained to us how hot this chick was, knowing, and you know for a fact, that I had already banged this chick like a year before and dislocated her hip during sex.
Is it Mary?
Wait.
Mary of Linny Lou and Mary?
Who is it, Wayno? All right.
And the answer is ding, 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 ding.
And that was the scene that we were in at the time. Yeah.
Because we all had friends like that.
It
and
was
lots of them.
It was just a time. It was a time, and we were all willing participants.
And for those of you critical of it, and if you're of an older generation, I don't want to hear a word, because the fact is, you people were like playing in Woodstock with Free Love and, Pass Around Patty and, blah, 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 blah. So you guys were all just fucking in a field. We did it in the backs of cars at rock concerts. You guys did it on the grass at rock concerts, okay?
We did it under oil trucks in the parking lot of our rehearsal studio. We did it in the other room while there was a party going on. We did it at a party it was a cast party for the Rocky Horror Picture Show, and while we were mid coitus, our ride was leaving, and we pulled out and said, "Sorry, gotta go. Ride's leaving," and left.
Scotty doesn't know that Paulie and her do it in his van every Sunday.
It was
Scotty doesn't know.
It was I did it in the back of Wayno's car.
Those stains in those seats never came out.
69 Chevelle it was Malibu blue with a black vinyl roof, and the engine from a 1974 Camaro, I think, under the hood. And seats
that look like a leopard if you turned a black light on.
And I can't remember the girl's name. Mickey. Am I correct? Wayno, is it Mickey?
She told me her name was...
I believe her name was Mickey, and later on down the line, she would trash the ladies' room at the Channel in Boston when I told her to go fuck herself.
Paul, and when you say down the line, were they running a train on her? Is that the line?
Yeah. Oh yeah, Mickey was a road well traveled.
Oh, Mickey, you're so fine, and a real good time. Hey, Mickey. Oh, Mickey, you're so fine. Put my dickie in your behind. Hey, Mickey.
And the sad part was the stereo in Wayno's car was not very good, and so we used a radio, a blaster.
Boombox.
Yeah, boombox. And during, I guess during the coitus or at some point thereafter, the batteries fell out of the radio, and we had to drive a good 40 minutes from Worcester, Massachusetts, back to our house in Framingham with no batteries, not realizing that one of them was pretty much up my ass the whole time. I was sitting on the battery. I never felt it because we were it was so bad. That
I
was
had
that.
so many dicks in my ass that even a double D, even a D battery didn't register with me that night.
That was we used to go to this girl Helen's house in Worcester. Helen was like, she was like Metro West Party Central.
We
Yes.
called her pussy the boom box.
Helen was by the way, super beautiful girl. Helen was the girl that was so hot, but nobody could get her, but we all tried. Like everybody in every band. Helen was like, I don't know how to describe her. She was a fan of every local band. She was super smart, super nice, super hot, and everybody and their brother took a swing at her, and nobody could get Helen because she was too good for any of us.
Well, that's because she super had a penis and nobody knew it.
No, Helen was something. Helen was something special. And I remember this might have been the same night that Wayno and I almost had to fight an entire band.
The battle of the bands in new ways.
It was so stupid. You know, bands fought other bands.
Well, everyone gets their beer muscles on, you know.
Yeah, so stupid. But yeah, those were good times. But we were all look, 80s metal. It was the best of times. It was the best of times.
I was about to say it was the best of times. It was the best of times. Yeah, and that's the difference. In the 80s, everyone was out there having fun, getting laid, cool music, shit like that, you know, and just, you know, having parties. And in the 90s, everyone just got miserable and sang about depression and how it's raining in Seattle and their sweater was itchy. It was a very different time. It was a very different time.
Yeah, it was a great time. Then when we got home, here's the fucked up part, and maybe Wayno will be able to explain this. We had a very weird relationship with our downstairs neighbor. I'll write this down. And I'll ask the question. There's, I guess.
This is like playing $10,000 pyramid, that old game show where it's like, okay, you know, you write down the answer and okay, this is someone that just fucked everybody. Laura, ding, right.
All right, so I've written this down.
Your question for Wayno.
The question is for Wayno. Wayno, what would our downstairs neighbor do every time we pulled in after a show late at night? Come on, Wayno, answer the question. What would, yeah, no, we know that's who our guy, he's dead now, by the way. His name was Peter Parker. What would he do every time we came home from shows?
He shot his webbing all over your face. Spider-Man loves to take it in the can. Shoot his load on all your face. Get his jizz all over the place. Hey there goes Spider-Man.
Right, and what would happen when he was high and we would show up in the driveway in the middle of the night?
Is he strong? Listen, bud. He's got a radioactive pud. Can he swing from a thread? Look at him in your mama's bed. Look out. There goes Spider-Man.
It resulted in me, unfortunately, scratching Wayno's car.
Better than his balls.
No, it was, yeah, I felt bad about it. Oh, he doesn't remember. The answer is.
Oh, I'm sorry. How much did you wager?
The answer was shoot us. He had a BB gun, and he would sit in the pantry window, he would hear Wayno's car come down the street, because again it was a Chevelle, so it had a pretty good
loud rumble.
Yeah, good exhaust system. and he would hear us coming down the street. We would come off the street, and he would sit there in his pantry with the lights off. And as soon as we'd pull in and open the door, he'd unload with fucking beaties.
Yeah, that's. I think he's shooting different types of shots. That's terrible. You'll shoot your eye out.
And I had to do a Bo and Luke Duke across the hood of Wayno's car at one point, except I was wearing Levi's 501 jeans with the rivet on the hip.
At least you didn't have your bullet belt on that night. Could you imagine?
Oh, yeah. But it put a little scuff on across the corner of his hood, and I felt like a piece of shit for a long time. Then we got drunk,
and all was better.
Yeah, he would shoot at us, but we ended up writing a song about his wife. So called true story called "Knock Her Up."
Nice. We all cover you in load as our ball sacks all explode. Knock you up. Oh, yeah. Nice.
So, yeah.
Craven Soda, I'm with you. He says, if I had a DeLorean bus, who's coming back to the 80s? Hell yes.
Good time. It was such a great time. We had such stupid shit. We had people... We had these keg parties and shit in our house. They were band rent raisers, really, to raise the money for our rehearsal studio rent. Because we didn't have super chats like Johnny has now, so that and we didn't have an Amazon wish list back then. We had to beg for money the old-fashioned way.
Yeah, or lights
by serving beer to underage people. Dude, we had parties. We had parties with hundreds of people in our house that we didn't even know. I mean, it really was dangerous. I don't know what the fuck we were thinking. We weren't.
Stuff got stolen. Stuff.
No, you know, it's a fun fact.
Usually people were pretty respectful for the most part at the parties I went to.
Fun fact.
Not like today. Today would be fucked.
Yeah. Fun fact. People would be very respectful in our house. We would have, there'd be hundreds of people. And oftentimes, Wayno and I would either adjourn to the bedroom and get involved in whatever extracurricular activities we were going to get involved with other people.
With other people.
I
didn't know what you meant. How drunk were you?
You know what?
Yeah.
In a pinch, I'd fuck him.
Gangbang on Wayno.
Please.
Oh my God.
I don't know that Wayno and I ever banged the same chick.
John
certainly not at the same time.
John Biel's looking that up right now. Did Neanderthal and Wayno?
But here's the thing: was we would literally, you'd try and grab somebody and hook up with them. We'd hook up with them during the party and leave our house completely unattended. Like completely unattended. People could have fucking ripped us off. Stolen TVs and stereos and CDs and fucking guitars and shit that we had in the house. We could have easily been robbed blind. The beautiful part was the scene didn't do that.
No, Craven, we haven't done the show and tell you.
It didn't do it back then. The fucking scene never did shit like that back then. And we were respectful.
And I'm gonna echo your sentiments, because the same thing. I had friends that held house parties. Literally, one friend every weekend, Saturday through Sunday, was a party constantly, or it was Friday night through Sunday. Was just, you would go there and you would know there would be a party every Friday night, starting at 10 o'clock. You should go over to Keith's, because Keith had a party and there was always at least 20 people, sometimes 100 people. It varied, but it was always, you could go there. I'd get off work at like 2 a.m. working at a restaurant, and I'd just park on the street, find a spot, knowing that all these people are at that house up the block because there's a party this weekend. And everyone was respectful enough that if they spilled the drink, they would wipe it up. At the end of the party, at the end of the night, at the end of whatever day it was, they would help clean up with a garbage bag, walking around. I mean, and shit wasn't stolen. Nowadays, I wouldn't fucking have a party if you paid for my house.
Are you shitting me? We would go and crash. We'd drink so much we'd fucking pass out, and we'd be like, all right, see you guys later, and go pass out and leave 100 fucking strangers in the house, and they would be cool about it.
You would be like, okay, there's a chick on my couch covered in Captain Crunch with is that a Pop Rocks wrapper on her forehead? Oh, that's a Trojan. Okay. And who is that? Does anyone know who that is? I don't know. I don't know her. Okay, well, she's crashing. Let me know if she wakes up and wants to know where she is. I mean, shit like that happened.
The only guy that ever got hurt in one of our parties was one of our friends named Barry. And Barry was one of those guys that liked to tell everybody he had a black belt. So Barry would be talking shit, and we were in a circle of people just hanging out. We all got our drinks, and we're sitting there doing our thing. And Barry's talking shit about how he was, blah, 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 black belt this, black belt that. And by the way, Barry was one of our roadies. But we're in the middle of this thing, and I just sit there, and we're drinking. All of a sudden, I just went and punched Barry in the face for no fucking reason. None.
Behold the power of alcohol.
For no reason. I just punched him in the face to prove to him that his black belt meant absolutely nothing during that conversation. Don't talk about it, because while you're talking, someone's going to punch you in the face. And then literally the minute after I punched him, I gave him a hug and told him to shut the fuck up and gave him a beer. He's literally the only person that ever got hurt at any of our parties.
And this is the thing about these parties. Not only was like everyone happily hooking up and whatever, people would come over and they would bring shit. They would bring weed, they would bring beer, they would bring a bottle, whatever. It wasn't like today where like people just come over. It's like, so where's the bar?
Oh,
it's
no,
like,
you brought your own, man.
It wasn't you brought your own. You brought something for everybody.
Yes.
Yeah. Like I don't drink beer, but I would always go over with a case. I would always bring a case because I'm a guest. You do that when you're a guest. I know I'm going to eat their food. I know I'm going to, hang around with these folks and have fun. So you're bringing something. I'm going to hit the barbecue. I'll take some burgers, but I'm going to bring something. You don't come empty-handed. Nowadays, people come empty-handed.
The conversation in the chat, by the way, just to finish up, because CK and Wayno are having a conversation about it. The girl the Lauren, the girl that we were talking about, the mystery girl, our guitar player at the time was a kid named Todd. Todd was a super good looking guy, super guitar player, heroin.
Of course, his name is Todd. Of course,
yes,
he's good looking.
Super talented guitar player. We never actually got a chance to play out with Todd. We wrote some great songs with Todd. He was a great kid, but he was a recovering alcoholic. And when he moved in with us, we were like, dude, you got to understand, we drink and we party. And if this is going to be a problem, you probably shouldn't move in with us. And he said he could handle it. And time turns out he couldn't handle it. And he ended up fucking shooting heroin at one point. Yeah. But he was talking about this beautiful girl, Lauren, who was, she was Norwegian and blonde hair, ice blue eyes, built like Sofia Vergara, except Norse, Norwegian looking.
Love it.
Yes, just built for porn.
Bring on the Viking pussy.
And Todd was talking about how hot this chick was, and we were like, well, that's great. Well, we'll be at the Space Friday night, jamming and shit. He was going to see Rush and Mr. Big at the Centrum. We didn't have tickets to the show, so we went to the rehearsal studio, and Wayno was on drums, and I grabbed a guitar, and we were just shooting the shit and drinking. And all of a sudden, the door to the rehearsal studio opens, and it's Todd. And Todd says, hey, guys, I'm on the way back from the Centrum. I'm taking Lauren back to her house. You got to see this chick. And we were like, yeah, all right, cool. That'll be great. Now, we didn't know who the fuck she was. And he never told us her name. That was the thing. He never said her name. So I don't know, looking out the window or yelling down to somebody down on the street at the Happy Swallow. And all of a sudden I hear Wayno go, hey, Lauren, what's up? And we turn around. Now, Todd never knew this, but I used to drive a truck, and Lauren lived in a town called Wellesley. She ran an ice cream shop right next to the pizza shop that I used to drive a truck to deliver provisions. So Lauren and I hooked up. We went to see Dead Poets Society. Not exactly the greatest first date movie you'll ever go to. Long story short, Lauren was the town pump. Not only did we find out that that Todd was trying to nail Lauren, and I think he's the only one that never did. Another guy that we worked with at a store called Leechmere named Rich. I don't remember Rich's last name. He had red hair, but maybe Wayno remembers his last name. But
Rich Ginger.
Rich ended up, John Biel.
John Biel.
Rich also,
John Biel's Googling it.
Like 2 years later, Wayno and I are recounting the story in mixed company with some friends at work about what happened. And Rich goes, "Oh, I know Lauren. Blah, blah." I'm like, "Oh my God." It was like the smallest world.
You know, it's funny.
I'll find a picture of Lauren because I know where she is.
It's funny about Norwegian. I'm sure she'll appreciate it. Hey, everyone! I fucked everyone.
No, I'm not gonna.
You know what I'm gonna do, Paul? I'm gonna put her name in the title of this week's episode so that everyone who fucked her will just look on YouTube. I wonder whatever happened to that girl, Lauren. Oh, here she is.
No, I'll certainly.
I'll tell you one thing about Norwegian chicks. They're gorgeous. I got set up on a date with one. I didn't fuck her. Her name was Adrienne Vandenberg. She was this tall, blonde, beautiful girl. Not very busty, but a really tight ass. And I don't know. She didn't put out, but
I'm going to try and find a picture of her where I can obscure her face but show her body. Because
face down, ass up. That's the way we like to fuck.
Because I don't want, I certainly, as I think about this, the more I think about it, the worse an idea this is. I should probably just not do this.
She's watching right now. She's like, no.
She'll never see this.
Would it be funny if like her husband's like, oh, talking guitars and 80s metal?
Yeah, I don't think so.
Thing is, somebody will send this to her.
Yeah, I know. I can't do that.
That's really funny.
Even I slept with her.
Yeah.
She was meh.
Yeah, I know she's on Facebook. We're not friends for obvious reasons.
But everyone's her friend in some way.
Yeah. Yeah, for obvious reasons we're not.
And thank you everyone. Thank you everyone for leaving thumbs up. We really appreciate that. We're glad you're having fun with us tonight. As crazy a show as it is, we're not known for our subtlety usually.
Those parties were so good.
Oh, the 80s rule. That's the point. Coming full circle, boys and girls, if you're just tuning in, the 80s was a debaucherous time.
Yes, Lauren saw Rush CK.
For partying and music of that era. It all went hand in hand together. The music was about partying, and party we did.
So stupid.
That's why the 90s just sucked.
For some people.
Yeah,
we were still involved in some stupid shit in the 90s too.
Yeah, the early 90s. Just before Nirvana. Then it all went to shit. Then everyone was going to concerts depressed. Everyone was sad. Dark, mopey. No one wanted to have sex. No one wanted to party. No one was drinking or smoking or anything. And again, I didn't partake in substance abuse. That wasn't my thing. I just didn't. Back then, I liked a couple of wine coolers for flavor. Never been drunk in my life. No shit. Never in my life have I been drunk or stoned. I never smoked anything. So there you go. But that was just me.
I've never been stoned and nobody believes me.
Why? I've never been stoned. I've never even smoked tobacco. How's that? I think myself and one of my best friends, my buddy Billy, were the only people I know that never tried a cigarette of any type. Just never had the interest. I never had that. You know what it is? I just was always liking to be outgoing on my own accord, keeping my mind sharp and just knowing where I am, who I'm going home with, what I'm doing. I never needed anything to bring me out of my shell. I was usually that bouncy idiot that he must be on a ton of cocaine. Mancuda? No, that's just Mancuda, and that was it. I never needed anything like that.
Yeah, I don't. I was never into drugs.
Yeah. And Johnny
I like
wasn't.
I like to drink.
Never got into the drinking. But what's really great was I was the designated driver for everybody. So I always had like a route. It was like, okay, I got to drop you off. I got to drop you off. I got to drop you off. I haven't had a drop to drink, but I need a ride. Oh, well, you're going to blow me then as I drop these people off. Another good time. So yeah, there's the 80s in a nutshell, boys and girls. If you missed it, we're sorry.
Again, it was the best of times. It was the best.
The best of times, definitely.
And
I missed it. I wasn't.
And the bands were fucking awesome. Even the bad bands were still pretty awesome.
Oh yeah.
Even those third tier hair bands that we were talking about earlier.
I love a lot of them.
Yep.
No, CK, I never did a drug in my life. Seriously. No I never did coke, I never did heroin, never did weed, I just never got into substance. That was just my thing. I never got into it.
Hello, buddy.
There you go.
The dogs have decided that it's time for me to tap. I just want to see the guitar.
Which means it is time for tonight's celebrity, well-known show and tell guitar. And boy, do I have a good one for you tonight. I know my mother's been waiting for hours for this guitar.
Are you guys going 9 hours tonight? Because I heard that there's a rumor you're going to go 9 hours.
I don't know. What do you think, Johnny? No, I gotta leave after this. But
yeah.
Yeah, and Johnny's got to choke the chickens and tuck in the chickens and throw eggs at his wife. And
I got to get my car fixed in the morning.
Hi, babies. All right. Oh,
yeah.
Somebody was in the pool.
Oh, nice.
Holy shit.
I saw that picture of them sitting next to the pool.
Wet dog.
Yeah, he's fucking. Oh, he's soaking wet. God damn it. What are you doing? You asshole. Oh, he's soaking.
What did he drag into the pool? That's
he was
the question.
in the pool. He got in the pool.
Nice.
He's soaking wet. He could have fucking drowned.
Well, thank God he didn't.
What are you doing?
Maybe they just had a golden shower pee party.
No, he's soaked. Yeah, thank you.
Make sure that's water.
Yeah,
you know, dogs, they like to pee and then roll around in it.
Here's something for you,
I'm
Dad.
covered in dog hair now. Well, yes, thank you. I appreciate your ball. Where the fuck were you? Unless it's raining out. I don't think it's raining out. All right, good. Do the guitar. I gotta go.
So today's show and tell guitar. Let's see. Brought to you by Tessie Switch. Johnny, I'm sure you have one of those around. And there you go. And Vinum Custom Pickups. Look at that bad boy. The Mancuda Custom. Fucking awesome. Check out Vinum Pickups website. Check out Tessie Switch website. Check out Swiss Picks website. This is the Jason Becker Blue Cheese. And the clue I gave earlier, not a fair clue, but I basically said that David Scher is the only person that'll know what this guitar was, because we were discussing it the other day. He asked if I owned it. I said yes. And he was like, that's so freaking cool. Have you had it on the show yet? I said, no, I have not. So that's today's show and tell guitar. I will give you guys a chance to guess. It belonged to a well-known guitar hero, and it's his signature guitar. It's the guitar he is most associated with. And this was not someone that played in a major band. So it is not Richie Sambora of Bon Jovi. It is not George Lynch of DOKKEN. Whose guitar do I have? First guess right wins nothing, but wouldn't it be cool if you got this?
Well, how would they guess?
Well, they're guessing right now.
What's like a hint of like, what did they do? What are they known of? Or
they're known specifically, I believe, for two popular albums. He's known for 2 popular albums. Not something you'd hear on the regular radio. This is a metal guitarist. Well, not something you'd hear on the radio today. I'm saying, back in the 80s, you heard this person. And his most famous song has no lyrics. I'll give you that. Okay, we got guesses. It is not Reb Beach. He is with Winger. It is not CC DeVille. He was with Poison. Blues Serencero. Good guess. Good guess, but
Gary Hoey.
No, good guess though. It is not Adrian Vandenberg. He was with Vandenberg and Whitesnake. Eric Johnson, good guess, but no. Satriani, really good guess. You're getting warmer, but no. Steve Vai, no. Again, Vai was in bands. Satch was not originally. Not
John Biel.
John is not John Biel's guitar. Although that was a good guess.
He finally put that together, and you have it.
That was a good guess. Not Satriani, but you're on the right track. A very, very close guess, guys. A lot of people are guessing the same answer.
Somebody like Satriani?
A lot of people like Satriani. Same type of artist as Satriani. Same type of guitar hero. Larry Mitchell, great guess, Venus, but no. But no. Good. That was a good guess.
Nesdal sold you that guitar.
I'll treasure this forever. How much? Buckethead, no, we're talking 80s guy, not Buckethead. Vinnie Moore, good guess, right track. Malmsteen, good guess, right track. Chris Imperit, I always butcher his fucking name. Impellitteri, thank you. No, good guess, but no.
Well,
Bruce Bolet, no. Ingve, no. Right track though. Right in that family. Craven Soda, you got it. Tony MacAlpine.
Yeah, it's a MacAlpine record.
Great Tony MacAlpine.
Oh.
Tears of Sahara being his most famous song. And on that song and in that video, ladies and gentlemen, Tony Sahara's Harlequin guitar. That's his signature black and gold Harlequin guitar. Johnny, right there.
Wait, hold it. Hang on. I got to open the video. Got it.
Okay. If you guys were into guitar heroes of the 80s, in the vein of good night, Paulie. Thank you.
Left. He's gone.
He's like, what the hell? I hate that album. Tony MacAlpine, what the fuck? He doesn't know how to play. That was your big belt. Yeah. Yeah. For those that know, Tony MacAlpine, you've seen this guitar everywhere. It's been in his music videos. It's been on all his concerts. This is his #1 signature guitar. It's a BC Rich ST custom shop made for Tony. Tony even went to BC Rich at the time to pick out the wood for this. Give me a second because my chat just dropped, of course. Welcome to Tech More on Tuesdays, boys and girls. Thank you. And Tony basically had 2 albums, or 2 very popular albums, very, very similar to Satriani. Tears of Sahara is an amazing solo, and that way it was played everywhere. He was one of the darlings of BC Rich at the time. They basically went and showed this guitar in all the ads with Tony's albums, Tony's videos. You saw this all over magazines, and look at the depth on this thing, this Harlequin. It has a 3D effect, and this is the genius of Glenn Matasiel and Dan Lawrence, who worked on this paint job. I know Glenn did the bulk of it, but I think Dan had some input. And basically, the shading on this thing, look at that sparkle, that 3D look to each of the diamonds on there.
Wow.
It looks like it looks like those diamonds are 3D in a pool of black and clear coat, but it's just the angling of the paint sparkle, and it goes through the entire guitar. And it's hard to see on screen compared to up close, but I'm trying to give you a good idea of that, so you could see that little seam in the middle of each diamond that gave it that effect when you turn it a certain way. There you go. You can kind of see how it looks kind of 3D-ish. And then you have that matching headstock. How many of you did not see this in a magazine during the 80s? Because this was constantly in ads for a lot of products, not just BC Rich, but anything Tony endorsed. And he was a very big endorsee back in the 80s. And there was even a magazine spread of the making of this guitar in one of the guitar magazines, showing Tony going through the process of picking out the wood of this guitar, picking out the body and showing them the neck profile he wanted, and then making the carve and whatnot. And it's a BC Rich ST, first generation ST custom. And you can tell because it has these kind of sharper hooks over here on this
Goodbye,
side.
podcast.
Goodbye, podcast. Good night, everybody, in the podcast.
We love you, podcast.
We love and appreciate you. Thank you, everyone. And we're still with YouTube. So there you go. So the matching headstock on this, it's a big harpoon headstock, again, with that same 3D effect on the diamonds. If you guys haven't seen the Tony MacAlpine Tears of Sahara video, watch it after the show. Leave a comment in the video. Let me know what you think, because it's one of his best songs and certainly his most well known. Craven Soda wants to know what the body is. I believe it's alder, if I'm not mistaken. It feels light like alder, so I imagine it is. It could be poplar, but I believe it's alder, if I'm not mistaken. Maple neck with a nice thick rosewood board. Really great feel to it. And this was kind of a flat D shape that Tony specifically requested. And yeah, it is in amazing condition. He took incredible care of this, even though he was constantly touring with it. And Tony opened up for a lot of the big 80s bands. And this particular guitar you see on so many covers and articles in 80s metal magazines and pinups and whatever. This was his signature guitar. He had this one, and he had what was known as a MacAlpine Crackle, which was another BC Rich, I believe an ST3, which was a later design with a humbucker and 2 single coils and a slightly different body shape. And it was the MacAlpine Crackle was blue, green, and purple crackle. And that was his number 2 guitar. But this is the one you see. And he had speakers like this too, in that Harlequin diamond kind of shaping. And that was very cool. CK says he plays with Portnoy now. I believe he does. I think you're right. And they had a big tribute for him a few years ago. I believe he was battling cancer that he beat, luckily. Yeah, someone asked, yes, it is an original Floyd Rose. It's not a licensed. It's an original Floyd, which usually they went for the Goto trems or whatnot. Floyd Rose licensed with the BCs. This was a real Floyd. Obviously, at the time, you had to bring BC Rich one if you wanted it custom put on, because Kramer was in charge of Floyd Rose, basically. They had the exclusive with Floyd Rose and Eddie. But, you know, companies like BC Rich could put them on if you brought in an original Floyd Rose. Otherwise, they use licensed trems like Goto, licensed by Floyd Rose. Let's see. Pickups, looks like, I'm not sure what the pickup specifically is in the bridge. It has the bottom part of what looks like a DiMarzio Super Distortion with the hex holes, but then you have a bar on the top.
Yeah.
What is that, Johnny?
That's,
you know what
that's yeah.
DiMarzio
John Biel.
DiMarzio John Biel edition. That's
Yeah.
great. That's a John Biel custom. And the top looks like a Super Distortion, but it could be something else also. because it's kind of weird to see a super distortion in the neck. But again, you never know with Tony. But these are the original pickups that he used. And again, he's got the
what year was that?
86, I believe, on this particular one. 85 or 86. Or maybe 80, maybe 84. It could have been as early as, I think it was 85, if I'm not mistaken, 85, I believe. So that's as far as 3. Let's see. Rena says it's a Super 3. Is that right? I'm not sure.
John Biel.
Break here says, by the way, do any of you know any famous musicians that modified a 78 Gibson Explorer by sanding down the lower horn near the neck joint to improve upper fret access? I got one for $1,200 recently. An Explorer. I'm not sure. That doesn't ring a bell for me. John Biel can't keep up with it.
John Biel, wake up.
Looking at the back, you have Grover tuners on the back, black Grovers. And again, look how big the Harpoon headstock is compared to a little bit later where they did it. Tony wanted that big headstock because he wanted the effect, again, of those 3D diamonds in the gold and silver to stand out. So he wanted a big enough headstock to do that, from what I'm understanding. And let's see, the logo has that double logo where it looks like it casts a shadow. So if you look at the logo carefully, it's a white logo decal overlaid over a black logo decal, slightly offset. So it gives it that 3D kind of BC Rich effect. That looks real cool.
Mm-hmm. So you can read it over those diamonds.
Yeah, and again, coil split, booster phase. He wanted a lot of the controls on there. He did not add a Veritone to it. That wasn't something he wanted, but he had the rest of the Moser effects put on there, which is great. And look, it just looks like a mirror because he put on such a thick clear coat on it that it, again, because he wanted that 3D effect on the diamonds, but the black part looks so deep compared to it. It looks like it's a couple of inches down if you look close at it. And again, it's hard to capture on a video, but if you look close and you just stare at it, it looks like those diamonds are 3D, just in a pool of deep black. And that extra clear coat on there helps give it that super gloss effect that gives it the depth of that effect. There you go. Let's see. Murphy says it might be a DiMarzio Mega Drive. I'm not sure, but there you go. There's a photo of Tony with it. Scroll up on it, Johnny. There you go. Tony MacAlpine, an incredible shredder. And again, here's another one of those instrumentalists, not joining a band, not doing, the lyrics and stuff. His instrumental albums sold guys like him and, Cacophony, the Jason Becker and Marty Freeman, Joe Satriani. These guys were really into instrumental Guitar Hero albums. And this is the exact type of music that he played. Like if you watch Tears of Sahara, you will really enjoy that. And again, check out, both his albums. I forgot. Let's see. What are they? Let's see. Something. I'm having a brain fart here. Was it Terminal Velocity or what? Let's see. I forget the names of his two biggest albums. Maximum Security was one. And let's see. Maximum Security. And what was the other album that was really good? Tony, I'm going to Google it myself. I'm going to John Biel it myself. Let's see. Maximum Security.
Renus, I know who Tony is because a Facebook friend of mine is in a band with him.
Yeah, and again, he joined bands later. But let's see, Maximum Security and Edge of Insanity was the other one. Let's see. It guested on his album, guys like Vinnie Moore. Later on, he joined the supergroup Mars, which is McAlpine, Tommy Aldridge, I think Bobby Rock, and Rudy Sarzo. They did an album, and then joined later, and again did more solo stuff. And like someone earlier said, he's still playing today. But he's one of those musicians that has a lot of work under his belt, but like he's played on everyone else's albums and whatnot, but his own solo albums were really, his own breakouts in the instrumental guitar hero crowd.
Mm-hmm. Hey, Crazy Cook.
And in some cases, a lot of people consider his guitar more famous than him because they'll recognize the guitar from magazines and they'll be like, Tony McAlpine. Oh, wait, that guy with that Harlequin diamond guitar. Okay, got it. But he's a monster player. If you haven't heard Tony McAlpine, I highly, highly recommend you give his stuff a serious check out. Definitely worth it. There you go. And that is today's show and tell guitar of the week. Tony McAlpine's Harlequin guitar, one of the more recognizable standout signature guitars of the 1980s, and a hell of a player. Check out Tears of Sahara. And yes, he did play with Steve Vai as well. There you go. There you go. And yes, Jeff T brings up a good point. He also, a lot like Eddie Van Halen, he's another guy who also plays a very, very strong keyboard as well, in the same way that Eddie Van Halen did. And he's not known as much. There you go.
Are you kidding, Paul?
Well, we're not going to talk about that on the air.
Huh? Or do you see that?
I see that, but we're not going to talk about that.
Oh, no.
Yeah, that sucks, Paul. But that's very funny. Anyway, yes. So
I didn't say it.
yes, Metalania brings up a good point. Tony McAlpine toured with Steve Vai for a very long time. Yeah, and again, everybody in the industry knows Tony. He was very, very prominent in the guitar scene.
Mm-hmm. Well, he still is. He still is.
Yeah.
I mean, for that style, for that genre of solo guitar, Satriani-ish.
Yeah.
I mean, like you guys were talking about Metallica earlier. There's Metallica and everybody else. There's Satriani and Vai and everybody else.
Right, agreed. But he was in that same vein. The closest he was always compared to was Joe Satriani. They were always talking in the magazines that, he was very similar to Joe Satriani. His playing is very, very tasty, very, very strong. He's done a lot of studio work with other bands. He's, but he's never joined like a major band. He's never done like Lynch you associate with DOKKEN. And even though Satch is in Chickenfoot, you never put Satch as, as more than his Surfing with the Alien and Flying in a Blue Dream period. Those are like his big albums. Just like for McAlpine, Maximum Security, those two albums were really big for him. Renus wants to know, do any celebrities ever ask for their guitars back? Some of them have messaged me. A lot of them know I have them. So some of them have messaged me asking.
After watching this.
Yeah, I know. Tony's like, what the fuck? No, I actually had Tony sign the let's see, what did I have Tony sign? Let's see. It's on the guitar. I had him sign the inside cavity cover at NAMM. I walked him through and I had him sign this on the inside. Because what it is, if you have them sign it on the outside, you wear it out. When you play it, it kind of, you smear the signature, you wear it out. So I take off the cavity cover and I have them sign the inside in a pen ink, and then I just put it back on. If someone wants to see the signature, I just pop it off and whatnot.
That's pretty cool. I mean, that's like a pretty cool like Easter egg.
Oh yeah,
that's really cool actually. That now that
Mm-hmm. And what's interesting is my friend, rest in peace, Neil Moser Jr., worked on that guitar, and on the inside of the neck pocket, it says Neil Moser Jr. on it. So he signed it because he was so proud to have worked on that. So I thought that was very cool because I was very close friends with him. He passed away. But I thought that was neat. And then Tony thought it was a neat idea to sign the inside cavity cover. And he was happy to hear that it was in a good home, because again, a lot of people don't tell these people where their guitars wind up. He remembers selling it years ago in the 90s, but he never saw it afterwards. And, then I show him photos of, hey, I have your guitar and this is the cavity cover. Could you, sign this for you? I like your work, et cetera, et cetera. Super sweet guy, sweetheart of a guy, and incredibly talented. And, so again, I remember always seeing that guitar in magazines. And at the time, I didn't know his music, but I knew that guitar. I'd always see it. It was on the cover of a lot of magazines. It was on covers. It was on pinups and posters. And, when you saw him, he was usually with that guitar. So if you are a fan of guitar rock, Tony MacAlpine, and that guitar. So, and I love named guitars. I love, when a guitar is, specifically designated as something. So that's the Harlequin. And I'm glad you guys enjoyed it. Tony MacAlpine did come before Satriani because the albums were from 85 and 86. Let's see. 300 people attended Tony's guitar clinic in Miami. Yeah, he draws a crowd. People, if you know guitar, Tony MacAlpine. Crazy Cook 678 wants to know what's one of my favorites. One of my favorite guitars? Well, that's one of them. I like that a lot. I spoke to Glenn Matasiel when I got it, and he told me that he painted, and he was walking me through the process of the shading of the diamonds, so it looked like it's real 3D diamonds floating in a pool of black water. So he walked me through the painting process, and I had a magazine already where you see Tony walking and picking out and showing the body after it was carved, and holding the neck when it was still raw, and showing the guys the stats he wanted on it, the specs of the neck and the measurements, and picking them all out. And I think that's very cool. But definitely check out Tears of Sahara. Hey, Richard Poole, welcome. You're never too late.
Yeah, hey man.
There we go. Let's see. I think the guys from that pedal show fixed MacAlpine's pedal board before a show. That's cool. Yeah, Tony's like, he was doing the touring thing with Steve Vai for a while. Sort of so that, that three guitarist kind of thing that, people have switched in and out of.
It was a Vai thing or the Satriani thing?
There was the Vai. It was Vai, Sat,
G3.
Yeah. I know they rotated people in and out, and I know Tony toured with Vai for a while. I wasn't sure if it was just those two or if it was part of the G3 thing at one point, because I know they rotated in like Andy Timmons and at one point, and someone else at one point.
Jovi,
so John Biel at one point. Let's see. I'm just looking in the chat. James Stewart says, what do I think that guitar is worth today? It's not really about the values as much. I will say I will say it's not 30,000 and it's not 5,000, but it's, it's probably somewhere in the middle with that without, giving away too much ideas, but somewhere in the upper range, closer to that. CC DeVille toured with Tony MacAlpine. I wasn't aware of that. I never heard that, but yeah, he plays with Portnoy now. Let's see. There you go, Renus. Charles Green has it play. It does indeed play great. Very little actual wear on it. He was one of those players, didn't whip it around and stuff. He basically took very good care of it. And I've owned guitars like that from guys that use it. When it's your main guitar and it's your tool of making a living, unless you're known for a flamboyant style, like, Steve Vai, I have one of his gems from the Skyscraper tour with David Lee Roth, and this thing has been beaten to death. It's missing a chunk of wood at the bottom, and Steve said, yeah, one of those days I swung it around and it, clipped the stage, and a chunk flew off, and, then this is from my arm, and this is the time I hit the mic, and, it's got play wear. This is very well cared for, a lot like Andy Timmons guitars, where he basically goes from case to show. My roadie polishes it off, gets all the sweat and wear off of it, and down it is in there. Crazy Cook, I'm not sure what pickup that is. Like I said, the top one has the looks of a Super Distortion, and maybe it is, but I have a feeling it's something else. The bottom, I'm not sure what this configuration is, but it has a top rail. There you go. A top rail like an X2N, and a bottom like a Super Distortion. I'm not sure what configuration that is. I believe it's DiMarzio, but I'm not sure.
That's definitely DiMarzio.
Do you know what model it is? Does anyone know what model that is?
I think somebody said what it might be.
Yeah, someone I think in there put it.
I'm looking. I mean, the thing is, depending on the year, that's the thing. The year that guitar actually came out, because they put out different pickups all the time.
Murph Murphy says it's a Mega Drive.
A Mega Drive.
Take a look at that,
because it has the adjustable.
It has the pole pieces on the bottom. The hex pieces.
Yeah, the adjustable ones.
Yeah, and then you have a rail.
Mega Drive.
That it?
It looks like it'd be a Mega Drive, yeah.
There you go. Yeah, and again, Paul Gilbert is another in that style. Let's see. Metalani, all the shrapnel shredders of the 80s. Yngwie Malmsteen, Joey Tafola, David Chastain, Vinnie Moore, Racer X, Paul Gilbert, Greg Howe, Michael E. Firkin, Blue Saraceno. I always butcher his name, poor guy. And thank you, James Stewart. I appreciate that. Thank you, guys. I'm glad you guys like it. I'm glad to share it with you because we love and appreciate our audience. Jason Becker, Marty Freeman, absolutely. And like I said, Jason Becker was another one that at that time was known as specifically an instrumental guitar hero. We love Jason, friend of the show. Yeah. So I'm very honored to own this piece of metal history, and I'm glad to share it with everyone because we really love our audience. And like I said, I got to say, again, I say this for the last couple of weeks. You all know on a personal level, I'm going through a lot of personal shit in my life. My father passed away. My mother's health is not well, and my own health. I have some serious issues I'm dealing with. And I have a lot of other stuff going on. So it's a very, very hard time for myself and my mother. And I just want to say again, I very, very much appreciate all the love and support from everyone that watches our shows. And I cannot thank you enough. Tuesdays we come on here, we want to entertain you. We want to, be upbeat and happy and bring some laughs and fun into your life. Even regardless of what's going on in in our personal lives. So I just want to thank everyone for all the love and support that you've all shown me privately off the air. I just want to say thank you. So there you go.
Yeah, thank you everybody for
everything. So love you very much. And there is today's show and tell guitar. There you go. What else we got, Johnny? What else we got? Should really get going, but we'll kill another 7 minutes just to make it to the half hour mark.
Yeah.
What do you guys in the chat got going?
I'll show you guys a couple cool pictures really quickly. If I can find them. Oh wait, that's a picture.
That's a dick pic, Johnny. No, don't.
Here's a really cool picture of me.
No, there you go.
Actually, that I'll tell you guys. Okay, this is a screenshot from earlier. YouTube is always beta testing new features and stuff, and I just got the new feature where on Snapchat. Well,
Snapchat.
On Instagram, on TikTok, you know how they have like what's called like a shorts feature.
In my shorts. What's in my shorts?
Anyway, what that means is now I now have access to the brand new YouTube feature called Shorts, meaning I can upload a 15-second video automatically from my phone. And I did one tonight as a preview for the show tonight. I said, hey, Johnny Beane, we're going to be live. And that's why I uploaded the video is only 15 seconds. That's a brand new feature YouTube is doing to compete with Instagram, with everybody. And so
I could have sex in that amount of time.
So look for more shorts on here.
And you know what? I want to bring up, thank you, Breaker. I want to bring up, Breaker brings up a really great point. I'm starting to get tired of guitars without pickup rings. If you adjust pickup height a lot, it wools out the screw holes in the body wood. I guess you mean wears out. Yeah, you know what? I always prefer guitars with pickup rings because the fact is, I just think it looks more finished. Without those trim rings are for looks. And I really think that they, they're functional too, of course, but I just think it looks more finished that way. And I like that look way better, So yeah, I'm with you, Breaker. I really prefer pickup rings. I don't have them in all of them, but the ones that don't, they better be some really great guitars.
But there is a difference in sound if you have the pickup
mounted
directly into the body, whereas floating with a pickup ring, there is a difference.
It's more resonant. I get it. It's resonating off the wood, and
the more everything is connected, the more solid something is. And
I get it. It's the sustain. It's like a neck through. I get it. Neck through has more sustain, typically at least. Because again, it's a solid piece with everything vibrating through it, everything resonating through it. Then some of the bolt-ons and stuff. But look, honestly, it depends on the guitar. A lot of guitars stand on their own. I know neck throughs that don't have great sustain. I know bolt-ons that could go for days. It really depends on, a lot of factors, wood and pickups and, whatever, how is it a set neck? Is it a bolt-on, etc. But I personally, I just like the look better of a, of a pickup ring, and as I'm an 80s style guy, look, everyone had pickup rings back in the day. That's the tones I like. So, I get it.
And hello, James Henderson.
Hello, James.
From Facebook.
And yeah, Metalani brings up a great point. Wolfgang's new album, great stuff, man.
Speaking of that, Speaking of that, let me show you guys a couple brand new pictures that were just released today, and we'll talk more about this on Friday when we talk about Van Halen. We actually might have a guest on Friday. We actually might have a guest on Friday.
Will it be Jay Hannon of Gizmochi?
Well, he's a regular now.
Okay.
But it might be, if this happens, it'll be a major Van Halen memorabilia I can collector. And he's going to do a walkthrough of his collection of all the stuff that he has. So anyway, here's a couple pictures really quickly that were released today.
Nice.
From a company that helped work on that brand new Wolfgang Van Halen Mammoth WVH music video, the one that we saw. And so there we see Matt Bruck holding the Rude guitar. This is at 5150.
Oh, cool.
And the other guy is he's with the company that helped work on. Maybe they filmed the video. So anyway, and that guitar that Matt is holding, that was a backup guitar on the Fair Warning tour in 1981, and it was featured in the we saw it in the video on the wall. And then this is really cool. This shot wasn't featured in the video, but this is some guitar bodies at 5150. Like there you go, hanging on the wall. And that actually, you actually might know, is that guitar? You know the VH, those VH logo guitars?
Right. They only made a handful of them and they broke like real easy.
You know about those? Yeah.
I do.
That might be one of them or part of one. Or...
I believe who made those? Wayne Charvel, if I remember.
John Biel.
Or am I John Biel made those?
John Biel might have.
Or am I thinking? No, you know what? I'm thinking of the Hydra. The Hydra.
The Hydra was Wayne Charvel.
That might still be Charvel though. I'm trying to remember who made those. I thought that might be Charvel.
Well, we'll definitely talk about it on Friday.
They broke very easily, from what I'm understanding, because I think they made like 3 of them in that logo.
There was only like a couple.
Yeah, I think it was like 3. If I remember right, I remember seeing one with where the logo broke because the edges were very fragile. Yeah. Of course.
Actually, I can tell you because I've got the picture right here. Oh, it was Grover Jackson. Yeah,
Charvel.
Grover Jackson. And here's a picture of is this Dan Martin? This is somebody that used to broker deals for Edward to get guitars for Edward's collection. That's possibly one of them right there.
Okay.
Handmade by Grover Jackson for Eddie Van Halen. Dan Martin gave up a 57 Strat for that guitar. Wow. And that's Dan Martin in the picture there. He owned a music store.
Very cool.
Back in the day, and he helped Eddie get a lot of guitars. And look, there you go, Mancuda. Look at all those Kramers back there.
Oh, I love Kramers. Oh, look, reverse head too. I love old 80s Kramers. Especially the late 80s, the 87 to 90, those last few years that were made by ESP. I really like those. Made with ESP, I should say.
I love those Kramers.
Well, it goes without saying. If Paul Unkert handed me, an early Kramer like that, sure.
Look at
and
that.
By the way, Breaker brings up a point. If you knew exactly where you want your pickup height and leave it that way, he likes the look of the ringless. It's personal choice visually, but yeah, great point. Eddie Van Halen's original Frankenstein was a direct mount pickup in that big swimming pool route. Lie to humbucker, direct mounted. That's true.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and it was for sound. It's for the tone.
Yeah.
And there we go.
No, for sure. There you are. Anyway, are we good, Johnny?
Awesome. Yeah, I got to make dinner.
I got stuff to do too. Let's give a thank you, a huge thank you to our beloved channel members. Come up on my big screen, will you? And it's wait, hold on. See, this is the joy of my iPad fucked on me. So I have to make do. Okay. All right, I'm gonna have to do this. Let's see. Very, very tiny writing on my other screen. I gotta go with this. Okay, thank you, channel members. Hal Face, John Moronic, James Gum, Hillary Lewis, Jim Nicholas, 802 Blues, Mr. BHB Jr. Is that Bruce? Frag 5150, Pal Guitars, Dan Halen, Frank Corcoran, Bet Tom and Tom Jr., Michael B, Jeff T. This is where your small writing comes in handy. R2, R3 Locking Nut, Fernando Riley, Robot Master Switch, 6 Chick 71, Rick Green, the Chad. Oh, who the fuck is that? You wrote in micro writing.
2 brain cells.
2 brain cells. Thank you. Thomas Santiago, Voodoo Child SJ, that's Sean Janson. Brian Spalding, Fender Guru, Music Therapy Laz, Ghost BC Rich, 5150 TV, Jimmy Ray Hawkins, Hugh Caldwell, David Crosby is a dildo fucker. He sure is. Jesus Rapes Me, Randy Price, Steve Carmichael.
Steve Carmichael.
Let's also thank you to our channel members, Mr. Charles Green, Fruitcake Tony, Michael the Captain Smith, David Ennis, Mike Neese, Richard Poole, Linny Lou, and Mary. Gargets Entertainment, Kurt 5150, Susan Silvestri, thank you, Susan. Mickey Settlemeyer, Joe Christian, Nicole Mrazek, Sean Boland, Wayno, Stephen Franklin, Will Starr, R. Habs, KXM Rock, David Shea Gomery, Bozique, by the way, I'll say it in a minute, Crazy Cook 678, Carol Hatcher, False Flag, Margaret Scranton, Sean Silas, Julia Baldessari, Jarhead Rock. There you go. And remember to watch tomorrow as Boner Jams and the great Jay Hannon of the band Gizmachi get together for Metal Wednesday and talk about some serious fun thrash. That's tomorrow night.
I'm glad he reminded me because I probably wouldn't have been here. But I can run the show from my phone, though. So
the last Wednesday of every month. And if you haven't gotten your copy of Gizmachi's album yet, I know there's a link in the chat. Johnny has somewhere.
It's an automatic one now. It's not a
all right, no worries.
Although I do have one that is it goes to a video of theirs. There we go. So right there. That link right there will take you to their YouTube.
There you go. And if anyone in the audience wants to get something for myself or Paulie, you could send it through to Johnny, or you could contact us on Facebook because we are there. And again, leave messages in the video. Tell us what you thought about Tony McAlpine's Tears of Sahara, and settle the debate between Paulie and I. What do you think of Lost Boys' song Lost and Found? Paulie hates it. I love it. Let us know in the chat.
Is it on Spotify?
I don't know.
Probably
It's
not.
on YouTube. It's on YouTube. It's on YouTube. If you go Lost Boys, Lost and Found, that song will come up.
Lost and Found?
Lost and Found.
Okay, I will listen to that.
Yeah, and
everyone should eat.
Yeah, everyone should just give an opinion. And Johnny, you can put your comment in the chat. I'm not sure if you'll dig it, but I know I do, and some of the others in the audience do. So I'm curious. And of course, leave a thumbs up. And again, thank you so much for all your love and support. We love you. We value our listeners. Please wear a mask, wash your hands, get vaccinated, and be nice to each other out there. And we will see you next week on Talking Guitars and 80s Metal. Rock on. Well, good night, everybody. There you go.
Yes, and James Henderson. I have not heard that, but that film, the original one, was filmed here in Santa Cruz.
The original what film?
Lost Boys.
Oh, the movie.
Yeah.
Whole different animal.
Yeah, it was filmed just right. Literally, there's a scene literally down the street from me. Some scenes were filmed. I drive that road every day.
Nice. There's a blowjob scene in a shower that was shot in my. Never mind.
last night.
Yeah, yeah. I'd pull it up on my iPad, but my iPad's crashed. So. I don't know if I'll ever see that scene again. I got to recover my data.
Well, yeah, man. Yeah, it's very important that you back up. You back everything up.
Yeah, I'm going through a harsh lesson right now because
I pay every month for automatic backups for everything that I do.
I pay for the iCloud. I have 2 terabytes iCloud, and I didn't set it to back up. So now I got to go through data recovery. I got to get a new iPad Pro, and I got to get the 1 terabyte version so I could fit it, because that's what crashed my current iPad. It was jammed to the max with photos and videos like galore. So now I got to go through trying to recover that data and then get a new iPad to put it on. So I'm like so fucked. And yeah, it's just another week from hell. It just sucks. But I'm happy everyone showed up here to share some laughs with us.
Yeah. Thank you.
We're happy about that. And we love you guys. Rock on, everybody.
Thank you so much. Love you all.
Rock on. Great job tonight, Paulie.
Oh, he's gone.
I know. That's all right. Maybe he hears it. I'm sending it to Paulie in the ether.
See you guys tomorrow night for Metal Wednesday.
Metal
Jay Hannon,
Wednesday.
Boner Jams, and then Friday for Talking Van Halen. Saturday for Saturday Night Live, and then some random pop-up videos I'll be doing for you guys this entire week.
The show was terrible. Meh.
Thank you, David Crosby. Get out of there.
All right. Good night, everybody.
Good night, everyone. Rock on.
Johnny Bean TV. I gotta use the restroom. I'll be right back.